in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything class pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class pilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sokote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class pilot cannot build her a classroom, but it can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is the complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Excellence is not a destination. It is a journey of vision, innovation, and transformation. At KNUST, the pursuit of academic excellence has always been at the heart of our mission. But in a rapidly changing digital world, excellence alone is not enough. We must evolve. We must lead. We must move from excellence to eminence. This is the story of KNUST's digital evolution.
From March 2020, something happened, and I'm sure a lot of you remember the famous fellow Ghanaians. The fellow Ghanaians was synonymous with COVID-19. The university issued the usual green letter, and normally when you see the green letter, you know that there's something that has to be done, an important information that has to be read. And so we read that message, and the university was on shutdown, and e-learning had to step in. The e-learning, by that time, e-learning was being handled at the distant learning unit, of course. And I remember contributions of Dr. Osei. In fact, he actually was the person that led the EJUAD discussion. And so all of us, at this particular point in time in March 2020, Professor Ahmed Ejapon, he was the deputy director of distance learning. And I remember the university tasking a committee to look at migrating all the programs onto the university virtual class. Quickly, the migration of courses from all the various departments were done. And that was where e-learning across the campus was done holistically. Trainings were done, led by Professor Ahmed Ejapon again. All the university faculty members were trained into delivering online. The students were trained, certificates were issued. In fact, the certificates were signed by the Vice Chancellor herself. Before then, during the COVID phase, I remember the contributions of the then Vice Chancellor in the COVID phase was Professor Obidan. So he was there during the COVID phase, and therefore he had to help us move into this phase that we didn't know. But then what saved us was that during Professor William Otu's earliest time, studios had been constructed for the distant learning, about 3 studios, and there were other things that they were doing to support e-learning and the distant learning. Therefore, it was easy for us to move on.
When I look back at the journey of the KNUST E-Learning Center, I see a story of vision, resilience, innovation, and passion for transformation. I had the privilege of serving this university as the foundation director of the E-Learning Center from the year 2021 to 2025. And I can say in all humility that what we see today did not happen just by chance. Like many institutions around the world, our story began during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you recall, overnight, universities had to rethink how teaching and learning could continue. And for many institutions, it was simply about surviving the crisis. But KNUST's story is different. Our leadership saw something bigger. They saw an opportunity to transform the way we educate our students, the way we teach, and the way we learn, and even practice administration. And one of the greatest strengths we had throughout the journey of the pandemic was the forward-thinking leadership of the management of our prestigious university, particularly the solid support of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, together with the Pro-Vice Chancellors at the time, the registrars, the provost, and all members of management that Professor Dixon worked with at the time. They understood the digital transformation agenda. They got it that it wasn't just a temporary response to COVID, They saw it as the future of higher education. And that conviction gave us, those who were implementing it, the confidence to move beyond emergency remote pedagogy to building a sustainable system that could serve the university for many years to come. Our Vice Chancellor had a vision, the digitalization agenda. The digitalization agenda, which we all bought into, became the foundation upon which the E-Learning Center was built. Every major initiative we took at the time aligned with the vision of making KNUST truly a future-ready university, equipped with digital competencies and ability. And together, we moved from simply supporting online classes through the Institute of Distance Learning, IDL, to building comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that can support the entire university and every constituency that we operate. And one of the things that I am particularly proud of is the university's investment in infrastructure. We established 23 world-class multimedia production studios, instructional design facilities, virtual reality and virtual classroom support systems, computer-based examination resources, a fully equipped podcast studio, and even the immersive learning and pedagogy spaces. But infrastructure alone does not transform education. People do. And that is why capacity building became one of our greatest priorities. We trained hundreds of lecturers in instructional design, in online facilitation, in digital assessment, in effective use of educational technologies for teaching, for learning.
As a person with disability, my experience at KNUST has shown me what true digital inclusion looks like. There are certain physical barriers that I face, such as using the computer mouse. Yet, I have never felt excluded in the university digital learning environment. The E-Learning Center has been accessible and convenient to me and my other colleagues.
When I got admitted as an economics student in KNUST, I thought life on campus was going to be very difficult because I'll have to carry textbooks and big bags around whenever I had a class. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to access slides, videos, and quizzes on the virtual class, which has made my academic flow very, very comfortable on campus. And I remember there was one time where I had to rush to campus to submit an assignment. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to submit an assignment on the virtual class with a click of a button. Anytime I have a quiz, I no longer have to panic because there is an auto-save system which saves my work anytime there are challenges.
At the KNUST E-Learning Center, innovation meets education, which creates a truly modern learning experience. By leveraging cutting-edge digital technology, the center redefines how teaching and learning takes place. At the heart of this transformation is the learning management system, that's the LMS. This is a digital platform that enables lecturers to organize courses, deliver lecture materials, engage with students, administer assessment, and monitor learning progress, all in one place. Now, the center also features an immersive learning and pedagogy unit, which is equipped with the virtual reality technology. Here, the learners step beyond the traditional classroom into realistic, simulated environments that makes learning more interactive. Whether developing practical skills or exploring complex concepts, the VR provides hands-on experience in a safe and a controlled setting. Now, content creation is equally at the forefront. The E-Learning Center boasts of over 20 state-of-the-art teaching studios designed to support both synchronous and asynchronous teaching. Now, the studio enables educators to produce high-quality digital learning content that reaches students wherever they are. It has the examination and proctoring assessment unit and a dedicated podcast studio. These are all specialized facilities that continues to expand the possibilities of technology-enhanced teaching.
As a leading science and technology university, we will be contributing our quota to the wealth of edtech solutions in the world by utilizing cutting-edge solutions and technologies from artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality to produce African-centric edtech solutions that solve our peculiar problems. Through our e-learning practice and research journal, we intend to become one of the leading voices in digital education scholarship in Africa and beyond. None of these things that I have mentioned will mean anything if we do not share it. Our digital equity and inclusion strategy will place devices and subsidized data in the hands of students that global platforms typically overlook, and will build learning systems that will work even where connectivity fails. Access to knowledge will never depend on your location in moving forward. We are building a pipeline of micro-credentials, professional certifications, and executive education, working with industry leaders so that our graduates do not simply hold degrees. They will hold skills that the market is waiting for. And we intend to do this not only for KNUST, but for the entire African region by establishing a West African training hub and sharing what we learn with every institution that is prepared to learn alongside us. This university carries the name of a man who believed that Africa's freedom would mean little if it did not also mean self-reliance. That is the ability to build, to teach, and lead on its own terms. The knot of wisdom, as we've already said, is untied only by the wise. As KNUST, we believe that it is our sacred responsibility of leading the transformation of education on the continent through digital transformation of the systems in place. We know that achieving this will mean deliberate decisions to do the unthinkable and imagine the unimaginable to prepare for the future which is uncertain. We will no longer react, but prepare. To our partners, this is an invitation not to watch Africa's digital future arrive, but to help build it with us. This is what moving from excellence to eminence truly means. This should be our commitment, and this aligns with what we at the KNUST E-Learning Center stands for, which is impact.
My name is Timothy Aguya Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I built anything, I was a teacher in Sakote, in the Upper East region. For one term, I faced over 80 learners in a single class. Even on a normal day, it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks: planning lessons by hand in the right format, steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 45 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Parallel is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant The teacher stays in control and class partner does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average.
Good morning, everyone, and you are warmly welcome to the E-Learning International Conference 2026 on the theme, Harnessing AI and Emerging Technologies to Advance Inclusive, Equitable, and Ethical Learning Ecosystems. To begin our program, I kindly call on the Protestant chaplain, Reverend Dr. J.W. Echampon, to offer the opening prayer. Let's welcome him with an applause, please.
Shall we please rise and pray? Our Lord and our Master, our King, we praise and bless your name once again for today. We thank you for giving us life today and the gift of this brand new day. It is in you we have our life. It is in you we move. It is in you we have our being. Not just as individuals, but as families, a university, and even as a nation, and as your people throughout the world. And so, Lord, we are grateful to you. We don't want to give the life and opportunity you've given unto us for granted. We give you all the glory and the praise for the life of this great and noble university, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We want to give you all the glory and the praise, O God, for what you have done through and with this university, forming hearts and minds and hands to go throughout the world to serve humanity in various capacities. We give you all the glory for the gift of knowledge, innovation, and all the resources that you continue to make available to us that enable us to prosecute our mandate as an institution of higher learning. We thank you for the E-Learning Center. We thank you for all the achievements that have been made through the center within these few years of its inception. We thank you for the leadership of our university and for all the support they have given to this center. We give you all the glory and the praise for helping this center to put together this international conference. We praise your name for all the energy, all the resources, the wisdom, and everything that has gone into making this planning a success. We thank you for granting each and every one of us here and those who are yet to join us, even traveling mercies. We commit this international conference before you, even as you have led us for this week from Monday until now. We trust that your presence will be with us to guide and direct everything we will do, so that it will be successful and so that we'll be able to achieve the aims and goals we set for ourselves and even beyond. We thank you for your faithfulness and your love, and for the fact that whenever we call on you, you hear us. And so we are confident that today also you've listened to us, because you have asked for this and many more blessings through Christ Jesus our Lord. We have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen. Thank you. Please sit.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. J.W. Echampon. Welcome once again. And to get the purpose of the conference and expected output, please let's welcome the Director of the KNUST E-Learning Center, Professor Emmanuel Kofi Akowua.
The Honorable Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital and Innovations, Honorable Mohammed Adam Suparu, the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, who has been represented ably by Professor Anthony Andrews, the Registrar, Mr. Benjamin Boampong, Provost directors, I see a lot of directors here, and I will single out our foundational director of E-Learning Center, Professor Apawa Asante. I would like us to give him a round of applause. Deans, deputy registrars, heads of departments, members of convocation, SRC and GRASAC leadership, our partners, and our lovely students, for which reason we are gathered in here, our media partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. It is again with sincere warmth that I welcome you to Kumasi, the Garden City, and I dare say the technology capital of Ghana, and then also home to the #1 destination of quality education, KNUST. To those joining us specifically for these 2 days of ELIC 2026, you have arrived at the right address. To those of you who have been here since Monday, welcome back to the continuation of a conversation we began on Tuesday. Before I turn to the substance of these 2 days, allow me to say plainly what this conference represents. Even though E-Learning International Conference bears the name of the center called E-Learning Center, it is not about the E-Learning Center. It is about the university, it is about partners, it is about civil society, it is about our students who have come together with a common vision and a purpose to lead a scholarship when it comes to digital transformation as far as learning, teaching, and research is concerned. And so I would like us to keep this in mind even as we engage each other for the rest of the conference. Over the next 2 days, the conference will be attempting to answer one very important question. And the question has been put in the theme of this conference. And despite all the successes we've chalked, we keep asking ourselves questions because we want to push beyond the boundaries of excellence. As you all know, KNUST, we are moving from excellence to eminence. And so the question or the problem for this year, which has been put in a theme that we all seek to solve together, is harnessing AI and emerging digital technologies to advance inclusive, equitable, and ethical learning ecosystems. And every track of this conference has been built to advance a specific piece of it. Over the next 2 days, we will be talking about this in various tracks, namely pedagogical innovation, micro-credentials and lifelong learning, faculty development, alongside a forum of posters and digital innovation on displays. And so I will invite everyone here to come together with an open mind, with a shared vision of advancing digital learning in this country. We already know KNUST has achieved a lot as far as the digital transformation is concerned. Nonetheless, we keep pushing and asking ourselves questions. In the last 2 years, we have conducted more than 100,000 online assessments per year. This is one of the biggest and scalable assessments across the entire West African region. Thank you. We have delivered over 4,000 laptops and devices to students who hitherto would have been excluded through social limitations or economic limitations through the Vice Chancellor's initiative called SONSO. The university has invested in infrastructure in the area of Tier 3 data center to ensure our digital sovereignty. Despite all this kind of achievement, we want to keep pushing the boundary to ask more. And that is how excellence is achieved. And so this particular conference attempts to increase the scholarship when it comes to digital transformation and learning. We hope that this will transform the way we see education. We hope that this will transform the way we learn in KNUST. in Ghana and beyond. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners who have seen and aligned with this particular vision and have traveled miles and miles to be here. The location of KNUST is such that those who come here, we do not take it for granted. It means it is a deliberate decision to come here. So today, let me take this opportunity to thank IT Consortium, Comfort, the Institute of Distance Learning, UNESCO, SENDLOS, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Digitization, the Digital Technology, Innovations, and Communication for making it to this particular conference. As for our sponsors, we cannot thank you more than enough. And we want to say that whatever that you've invested in us, at the end of the day, it will go to transform the education we see it here and beyond. Kwame Nkrumah, the man whose name this great university bears, once said that we neither face east nor west, we only face forward. And with this, I want us to come to this conference and face forward and transform education as we focus in a particular direction, which is forward, and transform whatever that we think education is in this country and beyond. With this, I welcome you all and have a lovely conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel Kofi Akobua, Director of the KNUST E-Learning Center. We now proceed to the welcome address, the Vice Chancellor's welcome address, and this is going to be delivered by her rep, who is the Director of the Institute of Distance Learning, Professor Anthony Andrews. With a round of applause, let's welcome Professor Andrews.
Good morning. With your permission, I would like to stand on the existing protocols and proceed. It is an honor on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akusia-Dixon, to warmly welcome all of you to the E-Learning International Conference. Permit me to begin with a reflection that I hope will shape how you think about KNUST's journey in the digital space. KNUST did not begin investing in its digital infrastructure because of the emergence of artificial intelligence. We began much, much earlier, driven by firm institutional conviction that technological sovereignty is not a luxury for an African university. It is a prerequisite for relevance, resilience, and leadership. What you hear today is not a story of the university rushing to catch up with the AI revolution. Rather, it is a story of a university that has over the years invested deliberately, strategically, and consistently in building the foundations of a digital infrastructure. Those investments have positioned KNUST not merely to participate in the AI era, but to help shape the national conversation on what that era should mean for Ghana. Please permit me to illustrate what that long-term commitment has produced. At the heart of KNUST's digital ecosystem is a Tier 3 data center, conceived, built, and owned by the university. When this investment was made, some questioned whether such capacity was necessary. Today, the answer is self-evident. The data center powers virtually every critical digital service of the university. It supports more than 100,000 online examination sessions, as the Director of E-Learning mentioned, each academic year, safeguards students' academic records, and research outputs, and provides the secure backbone for our administrative and academic systems. Ladies and gentlemen, a data center without connectivity is a vault without a door. We have invested equally in ensuring that every corner of this campus, every hall of residence, every lecture theater, every faculty building is covered with a comprehensive Wi-Fi network. We have worked with telecommunications partners to negotiate subsidized data packages for students who live off campus, because we understand that connectivity is not a campus problem alone. It is a student problem, and our responsibility extends beyond our international or internal walls as a university. These investments did not happen by accident. They happened because KNUST made a choice to treat digital infrastructure as a core academic infrastructure and a strategic institutional asset. Ladies and gentlemen, the scale of what we have built would not have been achievable without the right partnerships. I therefore want to once again mention the impact of MasterCard Foundation E-Learning Initiative on KNUST digital capacity. Through these partnerships, our campus bandwidth now stands at 22 gigabytes per second, a figure that enables us to serve the simultaneous digital needs of the university of our size. We have deployed over 3,000 Wi-Fi access points across the campus, achieving a comprehensive coverage I mentioned earlier. Our data center has retooled to full Tier 3 specifications under this collaboration. Our cybersecurity posture and physical security infrastructure were significantly strengthened. These are not marginal improvements. They are the difference between a university that talks about digital transformation and one that can actually deliver at a scale. This is what happens, or this is what becomes achievable when the institutions commit to work together with a common goal. The MasterCard Foundation did not simply found a project at KNUST, they co-invested in our institutional capacity. And the return on that investment is now visible in every student who submits an assignment online, every lecturer who delivers a blended class, every patient whose doctor examined through a platform that KNUST builds and maintains. We thank the foundation and our implementing partner, the University of Design Institute of Arizona State University, for a partnership that has genuinely transformed what the university can do. Let me turn now into artificial intelligence. This university did not begin preparing for the AI era because AI became a policy priority. We began because we understood years ago that the infrastructure we were building, the connectivity we were extending, and the skills we were embedding will eventually converge with the most powerful wave of technological change our generation will witness. We wanted to be positioned to ride that wave, not be swept under it. I've already spoken about how we dealt with the infrastructure and connectivity barriers. With respect to capacities to handle the infrastructure, KNUST has established industry-standard professional academies on this campus. A Cisco Academy, an AWS Academy, an Oracle Academy, Huawei ICT Academy, and a ServiceNow Academy. all fully accessible to our students at no charge. These academies produce graduates with recognized, globally validated professional certificates alongside their degrees for the job market. This inures to improvements in our graduates' employability over the past 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the above notwithstanding, KNUST is first university in Ghana to introduce a mandatory core course in AI for every undergraduate and postgraduate student, regardless of their program. A nursing student, a civil engineering student, a business student, an art student, all of them will graduate from KNUST with a foundational understanding of artificial intelligence. Thank you. How it works, what it can do, and what its ethical implications are. We made this decision because AI proficiency is no longer a specialism, but a literacy, and KNUST intends to produce AI-competent graduates. We have also aligned ourselves with the national agenda. KNUST has joined the government's own 1 million coders program, contributing to institutional reach, the technical expertise, and the infrastructure of Ghana's premier science and technology university to a national digital skills drive. I'm therefore pleased to confirm that KNUST played a pivotal role in the development of Ghana's national artificial intelligence policy. Because we believe that institutions best positioned to shape policy are the ones with the deepest operational experience of the challenges that the policy must address. Ladies and gentlemen, I say all this not to catalog our achievements, but to make a case. KNUST has demonstrated with real investment and measurable outcomes what is possible when a university commits seriously to digital transformation. We have built the infrastructure to address connectivity, invested in the skills and aligned with national priorities. What we now ask of government is a response that matches ambitions. Specifically, we call on the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation to work with us with clear, budgeted, sustained support in making KNUST a recognized regional hub of excellence in innovation and disruptive technologies. Not a hub in name, but a hub in capabilities, in resources, and in mandate. Ghana's premier science and technology university, properly resourced and strategically supported, can become the institution through which this country can lead Africa's AI transformation rather than following it. The research to be presented at this conference over the next 2 days on AI governance, on digital equity, on learning analytics, on the future of assessment is the kind of research that should be informing national policy. Let's build these structures with, let us build the structures that ensure it does. KNUST is ready to be that institution. We ask the government of Ghana to be ready to partner with us at that level. I welcome you all to the E-Learning International Conference 2026. Let us make this conference worthy of the moment. And thank you very much for your attention.
Please, let's give it up once again for Professor Anthony Andrews, Director of the Institute of Distance Learning, for delivering the Vice Chancellor's address. This E-Learning International Conference is organized in conjunction with some distinguished partnerships or partners, which include MasterCard Foundation E-Learning Initiative, IT Consortium, CampFed, the Institute of Distance Learning, KNUST Libraries, Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, SRC, and GRASAC. At this point, we want to proceed with the industry address. And the theme is Closing the Skills Gap, Aligning AI-Driven Learning Ecosystems with the Future of Work. This will be presented by Mr. Romeo Bouguer. Romeo Bouguer is the Managing Director of IT Consortium Limited, a leading fintech company headquartered in Accra. With over 2 decades of executive leadership, he has significantly influenced the fintech industry, transforming IT Consortium into a Pan-African financial services technology provider. Romeo's leadership style is described as approachable, ethical, and visionary, prioritizing integrity and fostering collaboration. His career spans nearly 3 decades, including roles at SIC Insurance Company Limited and Deloitte Consulting, before he fully committed to IT Consortium. He spearheaded the company's transformation by introducing innovative payment solutions like school fee and utility bill payments through banks, leading to the widespread adoption of ITC's flagship product, TransFlow. He also strategically extended ITC services to include integrations and bill payment solutions for MTN Mobile Money, a move that positions the company ahead in the emerging mobile money ecosystem. His efforts were instrumental in transforming perceptions of mobile money into a comprehensive financial transaction tool. Beyond Ghana, Romeo has expanded ITC's presence to Liberia, Rwanda, Zambia, and Kenya, establishing infrastructure for inbound remittances to mobile wallets and bank accounts. He is a prominent advocate for transformation and inclusivity in fintech, currently chairing the Governing Council of the Technology Chamber of Ghana. He is dedicated to using technology to bridge the digital divide and ensure financial services are accessible to all. Romeo holds an MPhil in computer science from Shanghai University of Science and Technology, China, and a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Romeo Bouguer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from Romeo. My name is Franklin Eleblu. I'm the Chief Solutions Architect for IT Consortium and one of the executives and co-founders of the firm. Romeo was not able to make it, so I will be presenting on his behalf. And I wish to thank everyone, Prof. Akowa, for the opportunity to be here once again. And I also want to stand on the foundation of the previous speaker and acknowledge all that need to be acknowledged. I think the popular phrase is all protocols observed. Thank you. It's a privilege for me to return here. I myself was here several years ago. Probably this would be the 26th anniversary since I graduated. I know, I don't look that old, but yeah. So I'm addressing aligning AI-driven learning ecosystems with the future of work. And I want to ask one question. What exactly is the university preparing the students for? For many years, this answer was evident. We came to school, we studied a defined body of knowledge, we earned a degree, and then entered a profession where our knowledge could be applied for years. And some of my colleagues, when we finished uni, have been in the same organization that they started from. Some are in MTN, some are in ECG, and so on and so forth. The university was a place where you prepared to work, and the workplace was where you applied what you had learned. But that relationship is changing. In fact, we can say that relationship has changed. A student who begins a 4-year program here may graduate into a workplace where the tools and processes and the job descriptions have already changed. I saw a LinkedIn estimate that said that by 2030, roughly 70% of the skills used in most jobs will have changed. Now, if we argue that 70% is even a high estimate, let's say 60, or plus or minus 80%, right? The direction is still clear that the useful life of workplace skills has become short. Every week, we must challenge our assumptions, and we do that even in our firm. Every week, as part of management meeting, we discuss what has changed, what assumption has shifted since our last meeting last Monday. So the central question is no longer simply what students should learn. It is how to prepare students to continue learning as work itself continues to change. So I'll give you a very practical example of something that we experienced. We built a tool, an AI credit analytics platform that helps financial institutions to give credit. And for our first sale, here's what we did. We took their data, historical data of decisions they had made, and passed it through the model, just to give them a sense of what the outcome would have been if they had used artificial intelligence versus their human reasoning. And I tell you, over a couple of years, what we found was that if they had used the AI model that we presented, they would have been saved over 40 million cedis, both in terms of bad loans or loans that could have been good, but they denied because their assessment was faulty. It is not so much that humans are no longer capable, but like I'm saying, a lot is changing really fast. And in every sphere, AI is making impact. Now, I want to talk about 4 dimensions of understanding the skills gap. Usually when we talk about the skills gap, we reduce it to shortage of technical people. So we need more software developers, we need more data scientists, we need more cybersecurity professionals. That is just one part of it. It's true, but it's not complete. The skills gap is not just the distance between the people who can code and the people who cannot. It is the distance between what people know and what they can actually do with that knowledge in a changing environment. So the 4 things I'm going to talk about are technical, application, human, and agility. And so the first is technical capability. Basic AI literacy will soon be as important as the workplace computer literacy. This does not mean that every student must become a machine learning engineer. It means that every graduate should understand what AI can do. And I'm really thrilled by what the professor of distance learning, yes, talked about on behalf of the VC. I was, in fact, as soon as I heard that, I sent a message to our management team that, can you believe this is happening in KNUST? Every student gets the opportunity to learn AI, whether you are, I quoted your words, whether it's nursing. I hope it was recorded. I would love to play that as a clip. And I think that's it's really an amazing thing. Can you please appreciate the university? Yes, so we should know what AI can do, but we should also know what it cannot reliably do. Last night, I was working on a product requirements document, and I decided to use AI to brainstorm and get it done. When I finished the brainstorming, which took quite a while, I asked it to draft the document. And then we started going around in circles. And it says things like, oh, by the time we are done, this product will be the best in the world. Nothing like it ever has been built. And I'm okay. Now can we draft the document? Oh, I just realized that we need to revise this decision that we made so that it can be sharper. We spent 45 minutes going around in circles, and it did not generate one line of just a Word document until I remembered that the context window, I had been on that session for so long, the context window has become so long that the machine was confused. So the solution was simply start a new session, and within 10 minutes, I had finished. So it's not just a matter of knowing what it can do, but you must also know what it cannot reliably do. The second application is capability. It is one thing to understand an AI tool. It is quite another to apply it to a real problem, to reduce post-harvest losses, to detect equipment failure before it happens, to extend financial inclusion, to support earlier diagnosis of healthcare. Technology becomes valuable when it is combined with contextual disciplinary knowledge. The third is human capacity. As machines become better at generating content and performing routine cognitive tasks, human abilities become more important, not less, more important. Critical thinking, ethical judgment, communication, creativity, leadership and collaboration, those things cannot be delegated to the machine. And the World Economic Forum lists AI and big data among the fastest growing things in demand. But the same research also emphasizes analytical thinking, resilience, and leadership. So the future does not belong to those who only know AI or merely know AI. It also belongs to the people who can combine AI with deep disciplinary knowledge and sound human judgment. And the fourth, and perhaps the most important, is learning agility. The ability to acquire new knowledge, discard practices that no longer work, and keep developing through a career. In the past, education was something we completed before entering the world of work. In the future, learning and working will be a part of the same continuous processes. So I will quickly move into what is an AI learning ecosystem. And here also, I'll briefly touch on 5 functions. Now, an AI learning ecosystem may sound complex. A course has a beginning and an end, but an ecosystem creates continuous connections between students, faculties, employers, alumni, professional bodies, government, and so on. So an AI learning ecosystem does not replace the classroom. It expands the environment within which learning occurs. And there are 5 functions: sense, personalize, practice, verify, and then lifelong. So we must first sense changing skills demand. Universities cannot review curricula every few years, while industry change every few months. Now it's not even every few months, every few weeks. If you have been following the news, every 2-3 weeks, there's a new model out from some frontier lab
that changes everything. And the next week you hear another story like that. This changes everything. Institutions need stronger mechanisms for understanding the workplace. And industry engagement must go beyond the occasional guest lecture. Industry must help identify real problems, shape learning experiences, and evaluate whether students can apply what they have learned. The second thing is that we must personalize the learning. Students do not all begin from the same point. Used responsibly, AI can help identify learning gaps and recommend resources and give timely feedback so that a student struggling with a concept discovers it early, not at the final exam. And personalization does not have to mean isolation. Some think that, now that I have AI, I don't need to do study groups, I don't need any of that. No, education is social. And so students learn through discussions, disagreements, mentoring, and so on. So the objective is not to place a student alone in front of an intelligent machine, but to use technology to strengthen the relationship between students, faculty, and practice. The third is that it must create authentic practice. We've seen that a student may excel in examinations and still struggle with a problem that doesn't have a single correct answer. When you leave here and you come to industry, you will never get a problem that states, discuss the 5 courses and give 3 examples. It doesn't exist. So, real world problems are ambiguous and they are constrained by time. If you've heard the expression VUCA, ambiguous problems, they are constrained by time. Cost is small. Regulation, if you are in an industry like me, when you cough, the central bank is behind your back. What was that? Have you checked? Is it tuberculosis? Is it COVID? So it should be conceivable to imagine multidisciplinary teams, engineering, business, computer science, social science, health, working on real problems. You are dealing with agricultural losses, energy efficiency, healthcare delivery, financial inclusion. Then AI will then become the tool within which the problem solving happens, not the purpose of the exercise. And fourth, we must verify capability differently. Generative AI has exposed weaknesses that already existed in our assessment systems. When an assignment can be completed by entering a few prompts in an AI tool, we must ask whether it ever tested the capability we cared about. And the answer is not to ban the AI, but to redesign the assessment. Students should demonstrate the process, how they defined the problem, what assumptions they made, how they verified the output, and whether they can define or defend the work orally. I remember some of the really great lecturers we had. In a mathematics test, you could get the final answer wrong, but still get an A if it was just an arithmetic error, but your processes were thoughtful and good. So in an AI-enabled world, similarly, the process behind an answer must become more important or as important as the answer itself. And finally, AI must support lifelong learning. The relationship between a university and its graduates should not end at graduation. And I had something on that when Prof. Akua was speaking. Again, I was very happy to hear that. As industries change, graduates would need to return, not only for another 4-year degree. I mean, it's not always that you must come back to do a PhD and so on, but for focused programs in data analytics, AI governance, cybersecurity, universities should hold modular pathways, short courses, micro-credentials, I heard that term today, and stackable programs. The university of the future will not be only serving people between the ages of 18 and 25. It will serve people throughout their lives. And so to you students, let me speak directly to you, that AI gives you extraordinary capability, but access to the powerful tools
does not automatically make you capable. If you use AI to avoid difficulty, it will make you intellectually weaker. If you use it to investigate, question, test, and improve your work, it will make you significantly stronger. So don't become merely a consumer of AI-generated answers. And to the faculty, AI does not make the lecturer irrelevant. It makes your role even more demanding and more important. When information was scarce, the lecturer's primary role was to transmit it. Now that the information can be generated instantly, students need help in determining what is accurate, important, ethical, and applicable. The lecturer becomes a designer of learning experiences and a curator of credible knowledge, a coach of judgment. And faculty will need support. We cannot ask lecturers to redesign courses, adopt new technologies, and create assessments without investing in their development. An institution's AI strategy will depend less on how many tools it purchases and more on whether its teachers know how to use them to improve learning. So, in summary, I will conclude by saying that the ILO, a quote that I found out, has found that generative AI is more likely to transform occupations than to eliminate them. Yes, some tasks will be automated, many will be redesigned, and new professionals will emerge. The challenge before us is not to predict every job that will exist in 10 years or every job that will go extinct in 10 years. We will get some of those predictions wrong. The challenge is to build people and institutions that can adapt. The most important question is not what AI will do for us, it is what we will build around it. Closing the skills gap requires more than new courses. It requires a learning ecosystem that is adaptive, practical, inclusive, and closely connected to the changing world of work. The future of work will not be displayed by artificial intelligence alone. It will be shaped by people who know how to learn, how to think, and how to use intelligence, whether human or artificial, in the service of society. Thank you very much.
Please let's do it again for Mr. Franklin Blue, who represented the Chief Executive Officer of IT Consortium. Thank you very much for this industry address. At this point, we invite the Center for National Culture to give us a cultural interlude. kindly appreciate the Center for National Culture again for that beautiful dance. And when the elders said Sikaya Moja, it was not just a common saying. The vim and the power that came after the Sika. We have all borne witness to it. Thank you so much for the beautiful display of culture. I'd like to take over from my co-MC this morning. Thank you so much, Abby. At this point, would like to invite our government rep for the government address. It would be delivered by Honorable Adams Suparu, and is going to be done on behalf of the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Honorable Samuel Nate George. He's going to be speaking on powering Ghana's digital future, AI strategy, digital skill, and inclusive growth in the knowledge economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause as we invite him on stage to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much. My name is, just want to do some small corrections. I'm Mohammed Adams Suparu. Suparu is my surname, and Adams is my middle name. And I am the Member of Parliament for Sisala West, and also the Deputy Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosia-Dixon, members of the University Council, distinguished faculty and researchers, development partners, industry leaders, students, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol respectfully observed. Good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you this morning at the 2026 E-Learning Awareness Week, an international conference hosted by the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology here in Kumasi. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Samuel Nate George, who wished to be here, but due to some exigency of work, was not able to make it, and so he asked me to represent him here. Permit me first to express my sincere appreciation to the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Organizing Committee, and the entire KNUST community for the invitation extended to the Ministry to deliver this keynote address at such an important and forward-looking gathering. This year's theme, Harnessing AI and Emerging Digital Technologies to Advance Inclusive, Equitable, and Ethical Ecosystem, is very timely and very relevant. Indeed, we are living through one of the most transformative periods in human history, a period where artificial intelligence, Digital innovations and emerging technologies are fundamentally reshaping economies, institutions, and societies. More importantly, they are redefining the future of education itself. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, across the world, the nature of teaching, learning, research, and knowledge sharing is undergoing rapid transformation. Artificial intelligence is changing how students learn, how lecturers teach, how institutions operate, and how research is conducted. From adaptive learning system and intelligent tutoring platform to virtual laboratories, AI-assisted research and personalized education pathways, technology is no longer simply supporting education. It is becoming central to the architecture of modern learning ecosystem. For countries such as Ghana, this transformation presents a historic opportunity. It presents an opportunity to democratize access to quality education, bridge geographical and socio-economic learning gaps, empower underserved communities, and equip our young people with the competencies required for the digital economy of the future. At the same time, it presents a profound responsibility, a responsibility to ensure that technological advancement is guided by ethics, inclusion, accountability, and human-centered values. A responsibility to ensure that no citizen is excluded from the opportunities of the digital age simply because of location, gender, disability, or economic circumstance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a government, we recognize clearly that digital transformation is a national imperative. Digital transformation is central to economic competitiveness, public sector modernization, human capital development, and national resilience. Under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic, Ghana continues to pursue an ambitious digital transformation agenda aimed at positioning our country as a leading digital economy in Africa. At the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, our focus remains deliberate and strategic. We are working to expand digital infrastructure, strengthen nationwide connectivity, deepen digital inclusion, and create an enabling environment for innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological growth. One of the defining challenges of our generation is the widening global digital skills gap. As automation, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies continue to reshape industries and labor markets, the demand for advanced digital competencies is growing at an unprecedented pace. Educational institutions must therefore evolve just as rapidly as technology itself. Universities can no longer serve only as center for academic instruction, but must become engines of innovation, research, entrepreneurship, and future-ready talent development. Institutions such as KNUST have a particular critical role to play in shaping Ghana's digital future. Our universities must lead national conversation around artificial intelligence, governance, ethical technology, development, cybersecurity, digital entrepreneurship, data system, research commercialization, and innovation policy. They must also foster stronger collaborations between academia, industry, and government to ensure that innovation moves beyond theory into practical national impact. The future of Ghana's digital economy will depend not only on the technologies we adopt, but on the partnership we build, the talent we nurture. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we embrace artificial intelligence and digital learning systems, we must equally remain conscious of the risks and ethical implications associated with these technologies. Issues such as algorithmic bias, misinformation, data privacy breaches, cybersecurity threats, and unequal access must never be underestimated. Technology must never become a new source of inequality or exclusion. Instead, it must become a powerful tool for empowerment, opportunity, and social progress. This is why inclusion must remain at the very center of our national digital transformation agenda. We must ensure that rural communities, women, persons with disability, underserved populations, and young people are not left behind in the digital revolution. True digital transformation is not measured merely by technological sophistication. It is measured by how many lives are positively transformed through technology. The future workforce will require skills in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data analytics, software engineering, cloud computing, digital entrepreneurship, and emerging technologies. Educational institutions, therefore, have a profound responsibility to prepare students, not merely for today's job, but for the industries and opportunities of the future. We must strengthen collaborations between academia, industry, and government to ensure that research and innovation translate into practical national development outcomes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa possesses one of the youngest populations in the world. This demographic advantage presents enormous possibilities for innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic transformation. With the right investment in education, digital skills, research, and innovation ecosystem, Africa can become a global hub for technological advancement and digital enterprise. Ghana must position itself strategically within this emerging global landscape. We must empower our young people not merely to consume technology, but to create technology, build innovative solutions, and lead Africa's digital transformation journey. Africa's digital transformation journey, this requires sustained investment, visionary leadership, and strong partnership across government, academia, industry, and development institutions. I therefore commend KNUST for providing this important platform to advance dialogue on artificial intelligence, digital learning, and innovations. Dialogues such as this are essential for shaping ideas, influencing policy, and building strategic partnership for national transformation. The future we seek must be where technology expands opportunities, strengthens resilience, promotes innovation, and empowers every citizen to participate meaningfully in national development. Let us work together to build a Ghana where digital transformation creates prosperity for all, where innovation drives inclusive growth, and where technology serves humanity with responsibility and purpose. Together, we can power Ghana's digital future and position our nations as a competitive, innovative, and inclusive knowledge economy. Thank you for the opportunity, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Well, I think he deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Member of Parliament Sisala West and Deputy Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Honorable Suparu. Thank you so much for the address. We'd like to appreciate our partners for the 2026 E-Learning Conference, MasterCard Foundation, E-Learning Initiative, IT Consortium, CAMFED, Institute of Distant Learning, KNUST Libraries, Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, SRC, as well as GRASAC. We also like to appreciate our sponsors, MasterCard Foundation, E-Learning Initiative, IT Consortium, IDL, CAMFED, Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Kehan Company Limited, ProData, MobMart Catering Services, Figlo, as well as Multinec Enterprise. Thank you all so much for sponsoring this year's e-learning conference. We're going to have our partners address, and we have the pleasure of having the director in the University of Design Institute at Arizona State University. She leads the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program E-Learning Initiative Phase 2. She partners with African universities to co-design sustainable digital transformation strategies, strengthen institutional capacity, and expand access to quality higher education through inclusive, locally driven approaches. She also supports executive leadership development, international initiatives across university collaborations, and has served as the principal investigator and evaluator for multi-million-dollar project funded by USAID, U.S. Department of State, and International Foundation. Through her career, she has designed and led international education initiatives that have strengthened educator capacity, fostered institutional partnership, and advanced global leadership. Her work has spanned collaborations across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and South Asia, with a focus on workforce development, climate education, and system transformation. She has published on global education, teacher identity, and climate literacies, contributed to international workforce redesign initiatives, and has co-authored Turn It Around, a youth-centered climate educational guide. Distinguished Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Anne Nielsen.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be with you during KNUST's E-Learning Awareness Week, as well as their international conference today. I'd like to begin today with a story. Not the story of a project, the story of a group of universities emerging from one of the most disruptive periods in higher education, asking themselves a simple but profound question. Who do we need to become to prepare the next generation of learners for a rapidly changing world? Several years ago, the MasterCard Foundation brought together 10 partner universities across 8 countries through the Scholars Network E-Learning Initiative. The goal was ambitious but straightforward: strengthen digital learning, expand educational opportunity, help universities become more resilient. Over the past year, we've had the privilege of walking alongside these institutions, including KNUST, as they continued that journey. Today, I'd like to share not simply what they accomplished, but what they taught us, because somewhere along the way, our understanding changed. Like many initiatives born during the pandemic, this one began with an immediate challenge. Universities everywhere were asking the same question: how do we continue teaching when campuses close? Phase 1 helped answer that question. Students continued learning, faculties developed new digital capabilities, universities built the foundations for online and blended education. It was an extraordinary achievement. But as the immediate crisis faded, something else happened. As we moved beyond COVID and into phase 2, which we are now at the beginning of, our question has changed. No longer, how do we continue teaching? Instead, how do universities thrive in a world where continuous change has become normal? COVID accelerated digital learning. AI is accelerating institutional change. Those are fundamentally different challenges. As AI continues to evolve, universities are facing a very different kind of disruption. Technology itself is no longer the hardest challenge. The real challenge is learning how to adapt continuously. The institutions that thrive won't necessarily be those with the newest technology. They'll be the ones that build the capacity to learn, experiment, and evolve as technology changes around them. That realization is shaping everything we're seeing during phase 2. As we continue working alongside these universities, something unexpected is happening. It isn't the technology that's surprising us. It's the conversations. Increasingly, universities aren't talking about platforms or learning management systems or online courses. They are talking about student success, faculty roles, leadership, organizational culture, national policy. Across these 10 universities, one pattern is emerging that is becoming impossible to ignore. We thought we were observing digital transformation, but we are witnessing institutional transformation. Technology has become the catalyst, not the destination. We saw this clearly here at KNUST. As I prepared for today, I spent some time learning about KNUST's emblem. What struck me was that it doesn't simply tell the university's history. It tells a story about the future. The pot of fire represents the continual quest for knowledge. The calipers remind us that science and technology and academia are foundations for progress. The eagle symbolizes the ability to see farther and solve complex challenges. And at the center is the knot of wisdom with the motto, "The knot of wisdom is untied only by the wise." I couldn't help but think that's exactly what institutional transformation is. Technology doesn't untie the knot, people do. Leadership does, faculty do, students do. Technology simply gives us new ways to work together. The same spirit comes through in KNUST's vision of a university without borders. It's a vision that no learner should be left behind because of geography, disability, circumstance, or access. Technology becomes the means, not the purpose. KNUST's vision isn't centered on software. It's centered on becoming a resilient, technology-powered university built around learner success, inclusive education, transformative leadership, and strategic partnerships. That isn't simply a technology vision, it's an institutional vision. Oops. What's exciting is that KNUST isn't the exception. It's part of a much larger pattern. As we continue working across the MasterCard Foundation network, we keep seeing the same pattern. Each university has a different history, a different mission, a different national context, yet they're all moving in remarkably similar directions. The examples look different, but the direction is the same. These institutions aren't simply adopting new technologies, they are strengthening their ability to adapt to a changing world. That matters, because Africa's greatest advantage over the coming decades is its young population. But demographics alone don't create opportunity. Opportunity depends on institutions that can evolve as quickly as the young people they serve. Looking across the network, we realized we've been asking the wrong question. Instead of asking, how are universities transforming? The better question is becoming, what are universities trying to create? Transformation is never the goal. Transformation is the response. Perhaps the return on investment isn't the technology itself. It is the institutional capability that technology helped make possible. Instead of investing primarily in technology, invest in institutional capability. Instead of measuring implementation, measure expanded opportunities. Instead of building projects, build adaptive institutions. So what does institutional capability actually look like? Across the network, universities aren't asking for another platform. They are asking how to build the capabilities that will endure. Teaching and learning, student success, faculty development, leadership, governance, digital infrastructure. Each matters on its own. Together, they create institutions that can continue adapting long after today's technologies have changed. I increasingly think about digital learning the way previous generations thought about electricity. Universities don't exist to generate electricity, but once electricity became part of institutional infrastructure, it changed everything. Digital learning and increasingly AI is becoming that same kind of foundation, not the destination, the infrastructure upon which everything is built. One of the biggest misconceptions about transformation is that it has an endpoint. It doesn't. The institutions making the greatest progress aren't necessarily those with the most resources. They are the ones becoming better learners. They experiment, they evaluate, they adapt, then they do it again. That's resilience, not having all the answers, but knowing how to keep learning. Adaptive institutions learn differently. They invest in continuous cycles of experimentation, evidence, refinement, and shared learning. That's the kind of capability that will matter most in an AI-enabled future. If that's true, then partnerships become essential, because no university can build all of these capabilities alone. Governments create the conditions for innovation. Industry helps define the capabilities learners will need. Technology partners contribute expertise. Philanthropy creates space to experiment and build long-term capacity. Universities bring mission, talent, and trust. When those strengths come together, we don't simply build better digital learning, we build stronger institutions. And stronger institutions create opportunity. That's why public-private partnerships aren't simply funding mechanisms. They're catalysts for institutional transformation. That's also what makes networks so valuable, not because they make institutions the same, but because they allow learning to travel faster than change. One university experiments, another adopts the idea, a third improves it. Together, the entire network moves forward more quickly than any institution could alone. Networks help us sense emerging challenges, connect people solving similar problems, translate local innovations into practices others can adopt, and amplify what works. In a world of continuous change, learning together may be one of our greatest competitive advantages. I began this morning with a story about universities asking, who do we need to become? I think these universities, including KNUST, have given us an answer. The future of learning will not be built by technology alone. Technology is essential. AI is essential. Digital learning is essential. But foundations only matter because of what we build upon them. The future will be built by institutions with the capacity to learn, to adapt, and to create opportunity. Public-private partnerships are the catalyst, not simply because they bring the resources together, but because they bring together knowledge, experience, innovation, and shared purpose. When those partnerships strengthen institutions, learners benefit. Workforces become more resilient, communities become stronger. So perhaps the question before us is no longer whether we should invest in digital learning. The question is whether we are prepared to invest in institutions that can continuously learn, adapt, and create opportunity. Because when we invest in institutions that can learn, we invest in learners that can adapt, workforces that can thrive, and societies that can prosper. And judging by what I've seen here at KNUST this week, that future is already taking shape. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate Dr. Ann Nielsen. Thank you so much for the wonderful partners address. And she so eloquently and so beautifully defined our motto, Nyansapo, or Saneno Bajumba, and the way she said it so nicely is giving me a new perspective on our own motto. Thank you so much, Ann. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite, I think we skipped over this particular item. Kindly permit me to invite for the government address on operationalizing Ghana's national EdTech strategy, building resilience, inclusive, and data-driven learning systems. This address will be done by the Deputy Executive Director, SENDLOS, on behalf of the Executive Director, SENDLOS, Mr. Larry Kofi Agbado.
Thank you very much. I want to stand on the existing protocols that has already been established to give this brief address. Good morning to you all. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Executive Director, Professor Diao Momin, who is the Executive Director for CENTLO, the Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, at the 2026 E-Learning Awareness Week and International Conference. Allow me to first express our sincere appreciation to the organizers for creating this important platform to reflect on the future of digital learning in Ghana and across Africa. And we also appreciate the efforts they've made in inviting us to speak on the National EdTech Strategy, a very important document for our ecosystem. Anne touched on some few things during COVID and after COVID, how EdTech played a key role. So the COVID-19 pandemic fundamentally changed how nations perceive education. It reminded us that learning systems must be capable of withstanding distraction while ensuring that no learner is left behind. Today, our challenge is no longer whether technology should be integrated into education. Rather, it is how we institutionalize its use in ways that are equitable, sustainable, and impactful. Ghana has responded decisively to this challenge by developing the National Educational Technology, that's the EdTech Strategy, a bold national vision that seeks to transform education through innovation, strengthen system resilience, promote equity and inclusion, and prepare every learner for the success in the digital age. And we must also commend the efforts of the MasterCard Foundation in supporting us develop these documents. The National EdTech Strategy provides a comprehensive framework for transforming teaching and learning through the purposeful use of technology. It shifts our focus beyond simply providing digital devices towards building an ecosystem where infrastructure, digital content, teacher capacity, governance, policy, and evidence of work together to improve learning outcomes. Anchored in 14 interconnected thematic areas, the strategy serves a national roadmap for digital transformation across our education sector. And these 14 thematic areas include governance and administration, sustainable financing, infrastructure and connectivity, localized digital content, capacity building, curriculum integration, inclusion and accessibility, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, cybersecurity, data management and protection, experiential learning and innovation, and a robust monitoring and evaluation. Together, they seek to create a coordinated, secure, inclusive, and evidence-driven and sustainable digital learning ecosystem that improves teaching, strengthens institutional capacity, and expands quality learning opportunities for every learner. At SENDLOS, we see this strategy not merely as a policy document, but as a national implementation agenda. As the government agency mandated to coordinate technology-enabled learning within the education sector, SENDLOS continues to work closely with the Ministry of Education and its sister agencies, development partners, private sector innovators, to translate this vision into measurable results. Across the country, SENDLOS continues to advance Ghana's digital learning agenda through the implementation of transformative initiatives. These include the iCampus GH, our national learning management platform, and the iBox offline learning platform, which delivers curriculum-aligned digital content to learners in underserved and low connectivity communities. Under the leadership of the Executive Director, Professor Dia Omumin, with support of our Sector Minister, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, in responding to the growing role of artificial intelligence in education, we have recently enhanced the iBox platform with an offline AI capability, enabling learners and teachers to benefit from AI-powered learning support, even in environments without internet connectivity. We also continue to contribute to the implementation of Ghana's Smart Schools program and collaborate with development partners to deliver innovative digital learning solutions that strengthen equitable access, improve teaching and learning, and build a more resilient and inclusive education system. These initiatives demonstrate that technology can improve access to quality education, even in communities where internet connectivity remains limited. However, infrastructure alone will not transform education. Our greatest investment must continue to be in our teachers. Digital transformation succeeds only when teachers possess the confidence, skills, and professional support required to integrate technology meaningfully into classroom practice. Equally important is the availability of high-quality, locally relevant digital learning resources that reflect our national curriculum and respond to the realities of the Ghanaian learners. Ladies and gentlemen, operationalizing the national EdTech strategy also requires that we become increasingly data-driven. Digital platforms now provide unprecedented opportunities to understand learner engagement, monitor institutional quality, identify learning gaps, and inform policy decisions with real-time evidence. Moving forward, educational data must evolve from being a reporting requirement into a strategic asset for continuous improvement, accountability, and targeted interventions. At the same time, inclusion must remain at the center of our efforts. Digital transformation cannot succeed if it widens existing inequalities. Every learner, regardless of geography, gender, disability, or socioeconomic background, must have equitable opportunities to access quality digital education. This calls for sustained investment in connectivity, affordable devices, accessible learning resources, and partnerships that bridge the digital divide. Ladies and gentlemen, no single institution can deliver this transformation alone. Governments, development partners, academia, civil society, technology providers, and the private sector all have critical roles to play. Our success would depend on strong collaboration, shared responsibility, and a collective commitment to innovation that places learning, not technology, at the center of every decision. As we gather throughout the conference to exchange ideas and share experiences, let us move beyond discussions of possibilities towards practical actions that accelerate implementation. The future of education will not only be defined solely by the technologies we adopt, but by how effectively we use them to improve teaching, strengthen learning systems, and expand opportunities for every learner. On behalf of the Executive Director and management of SENDLOS, I reaffirm our commitment to working with all stakeholders to operationalize Ghana's national EdTech strategy and to build a resilient, inclusive, and data-driven education system that prepares every Ghanaian learner for the opportunities of the digital age. The national EdTech strategy represents more than a technology roadmap. It is a national commitment to ensuring that every learner, regardless of location or circumstance, has access to quality learning opportunities supported by digital innovation. Its successful implementation requires strong leadership, sustainable financing, institutional coordination, robust governance, and continuous monitoring to ensure that investments translate into improved learning outcomes. As we embrace artificial intelligence, learning analytics, and other emerging technologies, we must ensure that innovation is guided by strong ethical standards, robust data protection, learner privacy, and the responsible use of AI. These principles must underpin every solution we develop to enhance teaching, improve learning outcomes, and build trust in our digital education ecosystem. Technology should complement the professional judgment of teachers and not replace it. The future belongs to the education systems that combine human-centered teaching with intelligent digital tools. I therefore challenge every institution represented here to move beyond isolated pilot projects. As mentioned by Anne, let us move from pilots to scale, from fragmented initiatives to integrated systems, from isolated successes to shared national impact. Together, let us build integrated digital ecosystems, generate and use evidence to inform policy, strengthen strategic partnerships, and scale innovations that improve teaching, enhance learning, and leaves no learner behind. Together, we can make Ghana a continental leader in digital education and position our learners with the skills needed for the fourth industrial revolution and beyond. I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. And I would like to appreciate SENLOS. I think we are live on the MOE TV. They're watching us live from the conference room and various places that carries MOE TV. And we're also on the E-Learning Center platforms. I would like to appreciate all of you. We're going to have a much more interactive session. That is our panel discussion. I'd like to invite the Chief of Staff for the Ghana Engineering Students Association, Daniel Chachu Salome, to lead the panel discussion. Kindly give him a round of applause. I appreciate him. Prof. Dia likes your title, Chief of Staff. Thank you so much. Welcome, Daniel.
My name is Timothy Aguya Kasia.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to moderate the panel session for today.
Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too? Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly.
We'll be setting up for our panel
goes.
discussion,
Chango is
but
approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270
Deputy Minister would like to ask us,
614 or visit
take leave of us. I think he has a very busy schedule. So, Honorable, would like to take a picture with you for keepsake before you go, if you don't mind. Can we have the photographers? I'd like to invite Dr. Ann. I'd like to invite Prof. Andrew, the directors, OGR for e-learning. We have Prof. Eric here, Asante. Please kindly join. We have DOSA. And we have HODs here to also join us. All our guest speakers. Franklin, can you please join? Thank you.
it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could.
Hello, Akwesi. What for new? What to say?
Pops, I don't understand the tree language.
This is Uncle Wafa. We need some money for.
$1,000 now, made the money and then an hour train. Akwesi said.
It is finished, oh.
What about the money I sent you to renovate the family house? But you know, snow more air way too much. And I want to Ghana. And say she got me the send you. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233 270 066 614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now Kwesi, anyone else who wants to no?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
All right, good morning, everyone. Artificial intelligence is already inside our classrooms, our marking, our research. Whether or not our institutions have caught up with it, in the next 40 minutes, we want to get into the specifics. Who actually governs AI on our campuses? What ethical lines are already being crossed? And what policies has to happen next? I'll bring in each panelist directly, but please challenge each other. This is where the interesting answers live. So to begin the panel discussion, I'd like to introduce our panelists. First on the list, we have Professor Jerry John Ponyo. He's the scientific director at the Responsible AI Lab here in UST. He's also the director of Office of Grant and Research. He was also part of the committee that drafted the National AI Policy. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you.
All right, so the next panelist I'd like to introduce, we have Mr. Franklin Eleblu. He's the Chief Software Architect at IT Consortium. Next on the list is our very own Professor Emmanuel Akowa, the Director of E-Learning Center here in UST. Last but not least, we have Philippa Nana Abrefi Opoku, third-year political science student at KNUST. Okay, so we're going to start with the governance point of view when AI is concerned. So we begin this with Professor Jerry John Ponyo. At the national level of distance and open learning policy, who right now actually governs how AI is used in Ghanaian universities? Is it the institutions, the National Council of Tertiary Education, or individual lecturers?
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to serve on the panel. I would like to speak from the perspective of what we have as far as the national AI strategy is concerned. And the reality is that artificial intelligence has come to stay. And what we need to do as a nation, as has been enshrined in the strategy, is to identify avenues through which we can harness the positives and guard against the negatives. And to this end, it is a shared responsibility. Academic institutions have a role to play. The regulators also have a role to play. the students who are being shaped for the job market also have a role to play. And eventually, the job market also has a role to play as far as integration of artificial intelligence in the way we do things is concerned. Now, coming back to what we have in the strategy, we have about 8 pillars that guide how we are integrating AI into the way we do things. And the first 2 pillars clearly states to how we need to build our skills as far as AI is concerned. The reality is that opportunities are being created as far as AI is concerned, but if we don't ready ourselves to take advantage of those opportunities, we definitely cannot benefit from it. And so, academic institutions, first and foremost, have a responsibility to touch our curriculum so that what we are training our students with will make them job ready as far as the job market is concerned. And the example that I can cite from my own university is ensuring that anybody who passes through the 4 walls of this university has a working understanding, and I'm choosing my words carefully, a working understanding as far as AI is concerned. So you don't necessarily have to be an engineer, you don't have to be a College of Science person. Anybody at all needs to be able to have a working understanding of that. Having said that, our regulator, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, recognizes the fact that indeed the world has moved on and emerging technology is what we need to look at. And so we don't need to limit what is happening to just the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. There must be a national collaboration with reference to how we are readying ourselves to lead Africa and the rest of the world as far as emerging technology is concerned. And to this end, other institutions like Legon, UCC, and the private universities have a responsibility to ensure that same is done as far as these people are concerned. The last thing that I would like to talk about with reference to the question that you just raised has to do with when the students are ready, how do we integrate ourselves into the job market? And I'm glad that you are seated here. It is a shared responsibility. It is important that while the students are going through their training, we find avenues through which they can integrate with society and integrate with the job market. And it doesn't have to be limited to only work or jobs in Ghana. These days, there are avenues that have been created for remote jobs. And so, big tech needs to work with academia to ensure that students, through their training, have that opportunity to be able to also get a feel of how technology can integrate into the job market. And so that is what I would like to say with reference to where the responsibility lies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Just a follow-up question. Yes, in your submission, you made mention that everyone has a role to play. Yes, so is there a government body that sets standards across all Ghanaian universities in the country?
There's no point reinventing the wheel. There is the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission that guides how education, especially in the tertiary level, is run. And so I wouldn't say that there should be a separate body to ensure that that is done. Probably there can be a subcommittee that is set up by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission to see how we integrate AI into the way we do things. And so all I would like to say is that let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's look at the instruments that are available to us, bring experts together to advise with reference to how we can integrate AI into the way we do things. At our level as a university, when we realized it was important, a committee was put together to set up a policy. Similarly, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission can do the same, and we see how we can integrate it at a national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We move to Professor Emmanuel Akora, Director of E-Learning Center. Inside KNUST specifically, is there a clear governance structure for AI use in teaching, in assessment, or in research?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, so the university is governed with policies, by policies. So currently, if you go to the Quality Assurance and Planning Office's website, you would see what we have. You see the teaching and learning policy. In there, you would find a section on academic integrity and things on plagiarism. Recently, in adapting to the requirements and the trends when it comes to AI as far as research and academic integrity, a committee was put together, which incidentally I was the chair, and I know why my brother is smiling. I was the chair, so we looked at what the university position is as far as AI in assessment and the entire ecosystem of teaching and learning. And we brought the recommendations out. The university has started implementing that. So if you look at the teaching and learning policy, that section on academic integrity will now be merged with that recommendation that the committee brought out. And we've started implementing it across board. So graduate school, undergraduate assessment and all that, when it comes to AI, we have a position now. Yeah.
Okay, so just a follow-up. Where has the lack of central guidance created real problems for staff?
Pardon?
Where has the lack of central guidance created real problems for the staff?
Okay, I wouldn't say there's no central guidance. That's why I said that things are governed by policies here. And I would also encourage those of us here, sometimes when you have not been caught in a net, you think that we don't have those policies. Most of us, if I conduct a small survey, I'll realize that I've been checking the hits on the Quality Assurance website. We don't have a lot of hits because people are not even aware of the various policies that we have. We have teaching and learning, ethics, we have research, several policies that guide what we do. And so, there is nothing like there's no control. We are controlled by the policies, and everyone who conducts himself here within the university just aligns with the policy. So I've mentioned those specific policies to you. So that is what we measure our actions by. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, so Mr. Franklin LW, from the vendor and infrastructure side, when a company like IT Consortium deploys AI-enabled systems into a university, who governs that relationship? Is it the university setting the terms or your company?
Well, I mean, ideally, it should be the university. Okay. And the vendors are, any vendor to an institution like this ought to embrace the fact that in a relationship like that, the university governs the relationship. In practice, though, what ends up happening is if the institution is not strong in certain areas, or they haven't developed in the area of AI policy, procurement standards, and so on, then you will find that the vendor is inevitably assuming a certain role because, I mean, not because they want to, but someone must take decisions on certain things, data, governance, and all of that. So in the ideal situation, the university must govern the relationship, and an organization like ours would not object at all. But if the competence is not there or the exposure is nascent, then you find the industry's involvement is greater. But the solution there is not to treat industry with suspicion. I mean, industry and academia or the institutions can work hand in hand to make sure that there's comfort where there needs to be.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Franklin. Abrefi, so from a governance theory standpoint, do you see any student representation at all in the decisions being made on AI on this campus?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm so delighted for the opportunity to be on this panel So I'm a political science student, I'm in 3rd year, but I'm also an AI and tech creator, as well as a digital marketing strategist. So back to your question, one thing I kept asking myself is, what do students really want, right? And how do students want to be helped in this age of emerging technologies and AI? So yes, while I would accept that we have student representation when it comes to policies and decision making on this campus through the Student Representative Council being a part of the university's academic board, I think there is a dissemination of information problem. We, the students on grounds, don't really know why these policies are being implemented, and the representatives of the various institutions or various departments on campus don't really disseminate this information for us to know that yes, this AI policy has been implemented on campus, and this is how students are supposed to go around it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, excellent submission, Abrifi. So we would like to move on to the next section, ethics around the use of responsible AI. With this one, I'd like to start with Professor Emmanuel Akua. Academic integrity is probably the sharpest ethical edge right now. Practically speaking, how is KNUST distinguishing legitimate AI-assisted learning from AI-enabled cheating? And is that distinction even holding up?
Okay, so this is a very interesting question. Interesting because we are a science and technology university, and not any science and technology university, the premier science and technology university. And not only that, we are expected to show leadership as far as this conversation is concerned. So there are a lot of decisions that we take which are aligned to our vision and our position. So the university recognizes the relevance when it comes to AI. However, we also believe that in line with the national AI policy, we have to have our AI sovereignty. And how do you do that? We do this by ensuring that people think and create things. So that we are working on a knife edge to have a fine balance between using AI tools and ensuring that creative capacity is still left intact. Okay, so for us as a university, we are not moving around like police, chasing people, don't do this, don't do that. But then we are appealing first to ensure that the attitude when it comes to the use of AI is more of using it during the process and not just using it as a replacement tool. So I'll give you an example. The university actually recognized the research when it comes to students cheating, that when students do not have support, they do not have any avenue, they resort to using other means to cheat. So the first step the university decided to take was to build AI fluency. Now every first year student, within the next 4 years, every KNUST student, the barest minimum, as my director stated, would be functional when it comes to AI. Know the ethics, know the do's and don'ts, and know why it is important to know what is in the model you are using, and know why it is important to understand the process when it comes to AI usage. And so we are concentrating on rather building the capacity of the student to use that responsibly. The next step would be, how do we ensure that it doesn't also affect the integrity when it comes to assessment? For that one, we are in the process of even changing the kinds of assessments. My brother here just said that anytime he comes here, things have changed. And I told him, well, I don't see the change because I live here. I'm sure the next 5 years when you come here, what you call assessment in this university may have changed. Okay? So when you remove that layer, the next layer is to deploy tools to detect those who do not want to change. Because the reality is that no matter what you do, once you're in university, you have to generate knowledge. You have to create. And we have to imbibe that. Because without producing a generation of people who can create, what will happen is that we'll have a generation of just users. And that's very dangerous for us. I'll end by saying that we should see AI as a leveler. In the past, people measured you between the difference between the rich countries and the poor countries was what you knew, or the smart and the dumb person. Now, AI has leveled that. The question is not what you know anymore. In fact, as I sit here, I can learn any skill within some few seconds. But the question now is, what can you do with what you claim you know? And that is where the university is going. And so this is where we want to keep the focus, that what can you do with what you claim you know? Thank you.
What can you do with what you claim you know? All right, so thank you very much, Prof. Akua. Philippa, let's talk about equity, right? AI tools require strong internet connections, modern devices, and often paid subscriptions like ChatGPT+. Are we seeing a dangerous equity gap on campus where wealthier students are buying massive academic advantage?
Okay, thank you. So I think that we could look at this question in two different ways. So the first thing I would like to say is there is not much of an equity problem. There is not a fairness problem when it comes to the usage of the devices and internet connectivity, because those things are made accessible on campus. And if you are being very, very realistic, every university student at this time has at least a mobile phone, and most of these AI tools and AI platforms are accessible on our mobile phones. So the problem is not with the devices that we use, but in the effective use of the AI tools that we have access to. It would really surprise you to know that people are in third year, people are in fourth year, they hear about a lot of AI tools, a lot of AI theories, they take a lot of AI fundamental courses, right? But when you put them on the spot to actually do something with the knowledge that they have, they still wouldn't be able to know, unless very few, a percentage of very few people, individuals on campus who can actually do that. So I think that's where the fairness problem lies, and that's what we are supposed to solve. That's the gap we are supposed to close. So what can we do? Just like how this whole week workshops have been established to train people in such areas and in such spaces, I think if we do this more often and at best makes it mandatory other than just taking AI courses, that would really help students and close that gap. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Philippa. So you're advising us to take workshops seriously and make it mandatory. Professor Jerry John Ponyo. All right, so where should the ethical responsibility sit when an AI tool used in Ghanaian classroom produces biased or simply wrong information? Is it with the developer, the institution, or the lecturer who chose to use it?
Thank you very much. I'll still go back to the earlier submission that I made, that it is a shared responsibility. And I would like to use the analogy of, someone who builds a car. That's the developer, isn't it? You have a responsibility to ensure that you abide by standards so that at the end of the day, the car, when it is used, will not cause harm to its users. And so the developer has a responsibility to ensure that AI is responsible. And that is the reason why we do not just talk about AI, but we talk about responsible AI. And in developing AI solutions, the data with which you train your model is very, very important. And And so when you talk about bias, when you talk about all the things that can go wrong, how you train your model is very important. And so AI developers need to be intentional in ensuring that when their tools are used, it doesn't cause any harm to the users. And so that is where the responsibility is as far as the developers are concerned. The other thing with reference to developers is to know your audience, know the people who are going to use the technology. If you are developing an AI solution for, let's say, students in a class, you need to recognize the fact that in the class, there are different categories of persons. And so if, for instance, there is a person with disability in the classroom, has that person been factored in the development process as far as the AI tool is concerned? So that is one leg. The other leg borders on the institution's decision to use the AI tool. And so that is where the responsibility is as far as an institution like KNUST is concerned. If we have a number of AI tools that we want to admit into our classrooms, it is important that we subject them to rigor and to testing to ensure that at the end of the day, when these tools are used, it adds value to the quality of teaching as far as our classrooms are concerned. And so it is not just about the developer, but the institution taking the decision to integrate AI is important. And that is why I go back to what Akogwa said with reference to having a policy as far as the use of AI is concerned. You don't just admit anything wholesale. Even in the country, there is the Ghana Standards Authority, isn't it? Before you use anything, they need to okay it. And so the institution has a responsibility to ensure that whatever is okayed for the use by the institution is actually not going to cause harm. So then that is where the institution's responsibility comes in. Then comes the lecturer who is actually using it in the classroom. If the lecturer hasn't schooled himself with reference to the responsible use of that technology to support him in his teaching, then there is a problem. We don't need to assume that anybody at all can use AI responsibly. That would be a very fatal assumption. There is the need for instance, you can buy a car, but you need to learn how to use the car, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And so AI is a good tool, but we need to learn to use it responsibly. And that is the reason why the lecturer comes in. If previously you were assessing your students by asking them, what is photosynthesis, what is this, what is that? With the coming into force of AI, our assessment regime must change. We need to see how we can use AI to add value to our teaching and to our learning. And that is where the responsibility rests with the lecturer with reference to how to use AI responsibly. You gave me three, parameters to look at, but I'll add a fourth. It should not end with just the lecturer, the students. You know, it's like using a calculator. There are people who can get a lot from the calculator because they have learned to understand how the calculator is used productively. If you are using AI and you are using it just like Google, then you are not getting the best out of it. So there are various courses that are available, for instance, in prompt engineering, where you can prompt your AI properly to get the most out of it. And so, my dear sister, I am happy that you talk about courses that are available. Let us learn to subject ourselves to the necessary, training so that we can make the most as far as AI is concerned. My director has recently assumed a new role as the coordinator for AI courses. And there are several courses that are available for us to build our capacity with reference to responsibly and productively using AI. We need to take advantage of that. I'll end on this note. Let us not assume that anybody at all can use AI productively. Let us learn to be able to use it and use it well. That is when we can say that we are responsible and all of us are benefiting fully from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor J.J. Konyo.
Can you come again? I didn't hear that.
Okay, so many AI tools used in African universities are trained and built elsewhere, right? What's the ethical risk of importing AI systems that were designed with African languages, context, or data in mind?
Okay. I will pick it from where his question left off. You know, there's a concept of bias, which means that the AI models are being trained to respond in a certain way, and I could be tempted to say the risk is the risk of bias. It is a tangible risk, but I think the greater risk is the risk of invisibility, where the AI is not even aware of you and your context. And so when recommendations are being made, it is not a question of bias. And so those risks exist. For us as Africans in our contexts, we must make our data available and get involved in the training of these tools. In fact, the concept of search engine optimization, SEO, is dead. Websites by themselves, in the next 3-4 years, nobody's, even already, when you Google, how many times do you click on the link? You go to the AI summaries, and then you continue prompting and prompting to get what you want. So what is going to be critical is that you can position yourselves as sources of trust, where when a query comes or a prompt comes, the AI has access to your data and can trust that as an authoritative source of information. Businesses are doing that now. Universities must get involved and make sure that our research, our data, the outcomes of our investigations are available for training.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Franklin. All right, so on this juncture, I would like to move to the policy and implementation section. So our first question goes to Professor Jerry John Ponyo. All right, so you drafted Ghana's national AI policy, and if you had to do that today again, what are the 2 other things you would absolutely do right?
So the national AI strategy is done. 24th April, the president launched it, so that is done. So we want to see how we are integrating that into the educational space. So one of the things that's integrating AI into the way we do things, and if we are developing an AI policy for higher education, we need to get right, is one, developing a policy is one thing, or a strategy is one thing. That is a very fine document. What gives it life is the implementation. And so we must pay as close an attention to the drafting of the strategy as we do to its implementation, so we don't get it wrong. And the reason I say this is that no matter how beautiful a strategy is for the educational sector, the people who are going to implement it are the teachers. And they are a critical piece as far as the success of the strategy is concerned. And so, as part of the strategy, it is important that we are intentional in building the capacity of our teachers to be able to integrate AI into the way they do things, right from the basic level to the university level. Because if we develop a very nice strategy, but we have teachers who run away from the technology when you mention it, then it will be an exercise in futility. So all I'm saying, number one, is that right from the basic level up to the university level, let us put resources, down to ensure that we are building the capacity of our teachers to be able to have a practical understanding of how AI can integrate into the way we educate our students. And it's important that we consider AI as a co-researcher or a teaching assistant of a sort. So the one who is teaching in the basic level must consider AI as a tool through which he can develop examples that are context-aware and context-specific. So if I'm, for instance, teaching students in the primary school, but all the examples that I am giving them are alien to their environment, what do they learn? You know, you are talking about A for apple, B for banana, and those things. What about A for Alefu? Where they can appreciate in their environment what exactly you are talking about. So all I'm saying is that we can leverage AI with reference to making sure that the examples through which we are teaching our students is something that they can, familiarize themselves with. The other thing we need to get right is that education is of no relevance if it doesn't lead to transformation of the society. It is not enough to say I have a first class or I have the best of degrees if your degree cannot actually help solve solutions in your immediate environment. And so in integrating AI into our educational space, we need to ensure that we are building the capacity of our students so that at the end of the day, they can develop solutions that will add value to their immediate communities. The Vice Chancellor will always say, take the gun to town. What that means is that it is not enough to say that, oh, I have graduated and I have received my certificate. How is society benefiting from that? And so if we are integrating AI into the way we do things, the measure of success will be the people that we are graduating, how are they leveraging AI to solve solutions in our immediate environment? If we get these two things right, we definitely can make significant progress as far as AI in education is concerned. I thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor J.J. Konyo. That was an excellent submission. Mr. Franklin Elebu, we hear a lot of buzzwords about public-private partnership. What does a healthy, ethical partnership look like in practice? One where universities aren't just passive buyers of whatever tool industry wants to sell to them.
Well, that relationship begins before procurement. All right. By the time we get to procurement, things are not very clear, or things must be very clear before we arrive at that. So, what do I mean by this? The universities should help to define the problems. Don't just wait for industry to approach and sell a license. The university should help to define the problem. Then industry can contribute technical expertise. At the same time, we've had some government people here. They can provide regulatory direction. And then together, the solutioning becomes a collaborative effort, right? And so by the time we get to what solves this problem, we are not just looking at someone selling you a license, and that's the point that I still want to emphasize on. So it begins long before the invoice arrives. We must understand what problems we are trying to solve, make contributions, and that's what I believe is private-public partnership. Each party contributes to solving a defined problem, and that's how we make success.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now to Philippa. If students were given one formal seat in the room where the policy is written, what is the one thing you would insist goes into it?
Okay, thank you. So, one policy that I would suggest that we implement into our system when it comes to AI and emerging technologies would be that of integrating skill-based courses and trainings, not just theoretical AI courses. Because when you really think about it, already there is a gap between what students learn on campus and what real-life experiences they have to get, right? So now, if I'm a graduate and I go into the outside world and I'm being given a task to complete, I am not able to complete it because I learned more of the theory because I'm a political science student, more of history, more of everything. So now if there is a national crisis, I'm not able to help solve, right? And these emerging technologies and AI are not one of those trends that would fade away eventually. It's just like electricity. It is going to be with us forever, and we really wouldn't want to miss out on it. So implementing a skill-based courses and trainings into our system, making it compulsory for all, would be one that would be of great benefit to us because it cuts across, whether you are in healthcare, agriculture, whatever programs that you are reading or whatever field you are in, AI cuts across. Now in agriculture, people are developing systems and AI tools that would help predict weather, how to plant seeds and all that. So in as much as we don't want to miss out and have graduates in Ghana who can't do anything or help provide solutions to existing problems, even now and in the future, implementing that would be of much help. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Philippa. So for this section, the question goes to the general panel, and I would prefer direct and short answers. All right. So should African universities be building their own AI systems, or should they adapt to tools built elsewhere?
Well, I'll say both. We should build, but we should also adapt. Let's not only adapt and consume.
Okay, I think Prof also wanted to say something.
No, I think I want to agree with my brother, but there's no point reinventing the wheel. What we need to do is to indigenize it. So if it works elsewhere, how do we indigenize it so we can actually benefit locally? So all I'm saying is that there is no point starting from scratch if there is a lot of progress that has been made. How do we ensure that we can tailor it so people can benefit locally from it?
All right, thank you very much, Prof.
Please, I think I want to add up to what they said. So I agree with what both of them have said, but one thing that we should really take note of is allowing these AI tools and platforms to be also fed with the African data sets. Because now we have AI platforms and AI systems that have more of the foreign data sets, so they don't really understand our context and how certain things work here, especially with the ATS platforms, which have been built to now screen and track CVs to be able to, call people for interview and eventually land them a job, right? So now if I'm a student, I'm in Ghana, I want to apply for a remote job, which is probably in the US, and now it is an AI system, the applicant tracking system, which has to screen my CV because the data set or history which has been fed with that particular system is not that of the African context. Automatically, I get laid off even if I'm qualified. So what I would suggest is that the government officials and individuals in charge of that would collaborate with these foreign companies and foreign agencies so that we have data sets of both ends, not from only one aspect or from only one people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Philippa. So we take the last question. In one sentence, what is the single biggest AI governance risk facing African universities in the next 5 years?
Hello? Capacity. You said one sentence, but let us take this opportunity to address a certain issue at this moment. I think our colleague here, what she said is true when it comes to capacity, but it also comes to resilience, being agile, and being purposeful. This e-learning week that the university declared, right? We've had 15 different workshops with the intention of building a capacity of over 900 people. We literally had to beg students to be here. I keep telling my students that if you are studying computer engineering in Ghana, you are not studying computer engineering for Ghana problems. You are competing with others in other countries. My good friend here is in industry. I do a lot of things with him. Anytime he comes here, he really appreciates the progress we've made. Sometimes we have been conscientized to think that where we are far off. But I can tell you, during his time, he can mention the resources that was available to him. He's now they come from KNUST, they are top, they are good. He's working with Silicon Valley guys. The only difference I see is the attitude. The university is doing its best. We have had partners from elsewhere. But what we see amongst us here, when I say us, I'm talking about students, is that if we cultivate a culture of entitlement, that the system must do this for me, do this for me, do this for me. Remember, the world is not waiting for you. Luckily, there are a lot of resources the university has made available. You were talking about AI models. How many of us know that you have access to full enterprise Copilot? God willing, by the end of the month, we'll be adding more. We'll be adding about 3 different professional tools. There are a lot of students in other countries you seek to go into who are not anywhere near our ICT maturity level. The only difference is the attitude. During his time, there were only 3 computers, right? The combined internet speed in the whole of KNUST at that time was not even up to 5 megabits per second. Now you are sitting here, you live in a hall that has bandwidth up to 22 gigabits per second. You are at par with any other person in any advanced university. I'm telling you the truth. We may have portals, our health system may not work, but the moment you enter KNUST, the difference between you and an advanced person, a person studying in an advanced university, is not that big. I just want us to keep this in mind, that we should have that mindset of also taking advantage of the opportunities that have been given to us. Okay, the university can only do so much. The world can only do so much. Sometimes he opens his doors. Can you get me students to come and do A, B, C, D? The first question they ask is that, how much will we be paid? Am I lying? Yet he gives opportunity to students in other economies. And they don't ask that question. They ask, how or what will this opportunity make me learn? So I'm talking about the mindset. Yes, the university will do its bit. But let's get to the point where the students, we see that traction on the student front, so that together we can drive things forward. So my ending sentence here is that capacity, being agile, resilient. If you have that in this environment, trust me, you'll build a company that will be in the Fortune 100.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so in one sentence, what is the risk that AI poses as far as the educational system in our country is concerned? I will say our compromising on critical thinking at the expense of getting AI to do everything for us. I had a lecture before coming, and there was a simple, arithmetic that was put on the board, and immediately they put their calculators and were trying to. I said, no. You need to engage your brain, because the more you engage your brain, the more active you are and the more sharper you become. Human beings have the tendency of taking the least resistance path. And so where there is an AI that will easily do your assignments for you, that will easily write your thesis for you, that will easily write your reports for you, you now cease to engage your brain. And so at the end of the day, in the next 5 years, if we don't use AI responsibly, we are going to have, uneducated graduates. And the reason I say this is that you are paying so much to get an education, but you probably might get a first class, but that first class should have been given to AI and not to you. And so it is important that even though there is AI, we use it responsibly and continue to engage our minds so that at the end of the day, we will get an education. That is the first thing that we risk if we are not careful with the use of AI. The second thing has to do with, you see, because we are in a rush to get things done, we keep throwing everything at AI. What we need to appreciate is that whatever you throw into AI, if there is an LLM, whatever you throw into it becomes a public document. And so if you pick sensitive documents and you give it to AI to generate a report for you, it is no longer a private document, it is now in public. And the reason I'm saying this is that most of us, we eventually end up in our government establishments and all that. And with the hindsight of having little time to produce a lot of things, we keep feeding AI with a lot of things which should not be in the public domain. And so in the next 5 years, there will be nothing that we can call our own as our sovereign documents, because we would have fed all of them to AI. And so we need to be responsible in the AI strategy, the national AI strategy, to prevent things like this. We are developing what we call Ghana Chat, where in the public sector, people in sensitive government institutions will rather leverage that rather than use other tools that we don't have control over. And so all I'm saying is that in using AI, we need to appreciate the fact that whatever you throw into the AI is no longer private. And so we need to be ethical and we need to be responsible with reference to how we engage. Finally, don't become an educated illiterate. Make sure that if you are getting a first class, it is a real first class and not an AI first class. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So one last submission I would want to make is that these very reasons that our director and our other professor has made is the very reason why we should make the skill-based AI training programs and courses mandatory for students. While we could say that, yeah, we've organized workshops, students are not coming, when we come to school, we have courses like Com Skills and Statistics, which are compulsory. Trust me, statistics exams, you will go to the exam hall with a calculator, but you will calculate and calculate and calculate and still get it wrong. So we want to get to a point where AI won't be controlling us, right? We won't become a graduate yet we are illiterate. We don't understand what we are doing. So now we should find ways and means to make some of these courses and trainings compulsory. So if you're a student and when you come to school, AI something is part of your mandatory courses that you are taking. You will go to class, you will learn a lot, you will be made to build stuff, right? So now even if you are in an exam hall or you are at a place where you're supposed to build something or find a solution to a problem with AI, it would still require you to think, because at this point it would become like statistics or mathematics. We have access to calculators, yet we have to force and think in order to get it right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Philippa. During graduation, sometimes you would see people printing ChatGPT symbols on their graduation hats and on their sashes. Yeah, ChatGPT helped them get there. Yes, but unfortunately, we would have to end the panel discussion. We're given only 40 minutes, and we've exceeded that time. But I'd like to thank our panelists, Professor J.J. Punyo, Mr. Franklin, Professor Emmanuel Akowa, and then Nana Abrefi. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations, and I think we've all learned a lot during this session. So on that note, we would like to end our panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What's the name again?
Daniel Shechi Salome.
Okay. Are you work here?
Final year electrical engineering.
Oh, nice. Hey, that was my course.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Oh. Okay, so we'll take a group photograph.
Does it sound like you?
That's middle.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. The Chief of Staff. Well, I hope you were blessed by the presentation. If you were, give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. It was very, very interactive. So full of wisdom. Thank you. I'd like to invite Professor Anthony Andrew at this juncture to officially open ELIC 2026.
Thank you very much. I would like to also call on stage to come and support me to open this. Director E-Learning. Director E-Learning, please join me on stage to officially open the 2026 E-Learning International Conference. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I believe that we are going to have a very fruitful presentations, discussions, very engaging, and a very successful conference. Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues, for joining.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure some of you were wondering where the firecrackers and everything was. It was here, it was all E. Yeah, so it's all in your imaginations. Thank you so much, and we are very, very grateful to you. So right after we close, we are moving into the various poster presentations. There are 81 brilliant ideas that are being presented there. And then also there are quite a number of exhibitions going on there. Now, this afternoon, we are going to be having a number of our oral presentations. There are going to be 5 parallel sessions. So we are going to have one session right here at the Great Hall. And then we are going to be having another session at the Gardner Conference Room, which is behind me on the 2nd floor. And then the other 3 parallel sessions are going to be in the Prempeh II Library. So I want all the persons who are, all the speakers or presenters for the various sessions to identify their rooms and then move there. For the poster presentation, the assessors are going to be coming around. It is not written on their faces or their foreheads that they are assessors, it's all E. So as you interact with people, 1 or 2 might be the assessors. And the process is that there are 5 assessors, but minimum 3 must see each poster. Tomorrow we are going to be here and we'll have the closing ceremony. And you can't miss tomorrow. There are 3 outstanding students from KNUST that we are spotlighting their EdTech solutions. And some are for every one of us here. And so make sure that you don't miss tomorrow. We'll start same, do the registration at 8 a.m. And then 9 a.m. we start. Hopefully we get done by 11:30 a.m. And the poster presenters, we finish off the assessment tomorrow morning only before we start the program from 8 to 9. So definitely be here. Friday evening at 6:30, we are going to be having our E-Learning Excellence Awards and Dinner Night right here at the Great Hall. When you come here Friday evening, you'll be lost. It will be completely set up for dinner. And if you have the invitation card, by all means, you are welcome. All the contestants for Text Matters are going to be here. Our panel members, we are sending all the invitation cards out. When we close from here, our staff and all the folks with the coupon for lunch, please move on behind me, and we'll serve you nicely there. Students from basic school, thank you so much for coming. A round of applause for our basic school students. They have done so well. In fact, this week has been also their week, right from Monday with the various workshops that they have been with us, flying drones and trying their hands on serious e-learning ideas. So we'll also fix you, so don't be in a hurry to go. For our special guests as well, we also have another package for you. So thank you all so much for coming, and we are grateful and hope that you join us in the afternoon and also close it off tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Gia. Can we have the QR code in case you want a copy of the brochure that has a program, the abstract, book of abstracts, and presentations as well. So we'll project the QR code. You can scan and have a copy of that on your phone. So led by Prof. Andrew, we'd like to have our invited guests and our directors do the walkthrough of our exhibitions, after which we'll proceed to Impact Building for refreshment. That is for our invited guests and our directors. Paid participants, please take your coupons to the back of the auditorium for your lunch. Our basic school guests, you are our guests, please remain in your seats. We'll attend to you in due course. So without much ado, we'll have Prof. Andrew and our directors, yes, if you can. Oh, we should pray. May we all be upstanding. We'll do a quick prayer, and then we'll do the walkthrough. Prof. Asante, I hear you should pray for us.
Let's take a prayer. Father, we are grateful to you for the grace and a very insightful gathering this morning. We thank you for the resources, the intelligence that we have shared. And we thank you even as we are wrapping up and entering into another section. Lead us and cause it all to be to your glory. In Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much. So we'll have Prof. Dia will be our tour guide. Prof. Dia will be our tour guide for our exhibition booths. Prof, would you need the microphone? SRC. The SRC has provided food for our non-paid participants, so please remain in your seats. In case you are a student here, you are not a paid participant, please remain in your seat. If you are a paid participant, please go to the back of the auditorium with your coupon. If you're a paid participant, go to the back of the auditorium with your coupon. If you're a non-paying participant, you're a student of KNUST, remain in your seat. The SRC has generously provided lunch for us.
say, Mr. E-Learning here.
Feel free, and then you go to the boy. All partners and sponsors are supposed to wait behind at the foyer for lunch. All partners and sponsors.
7 and 8. So please scan this and check the room that you want to be. There's a program. There is the book of.
ClassPiler is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and ClassPiler does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard, and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything class pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Para carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Pilot cannot build her a classroom, but can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is the complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Our prestigious university, particularly the solid support of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, together with the Pro-Vice Chancellors at the time, the registrars, the provost, and all members of management that Professor Dixon worked with at the time. They understood the digital transformation agenda. They got it that it wasn't just a temporary response to COVID, but they saw it as the future of higher education. And that conviction gave us, those who were implementing it, the confidence to move beyond emergency remote pedagogy to building a sustainable system that could serve the university for many years to come. Our Vice Chancellor had a vision, the digitalization agenda. The digitalization agenda, which we all bought into, became the foundation upon which the E-Learning Center was built. Every major initiative we took at the time aligned with the vision of making KNUST truly a future-ready university, equipped with digital competencies and ability. And together, we moved from simply supporting online classes through the Institute of Distance Learning, IDL, to building comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that can support the entire university and every constituency that we operate. And one of the things that I am particularly proud of is the university's investment in infrastructure. We established 23 world-class multimedia production studios, instructional design facilities, virtual reality and virtual classroom support systems, computer-based examination resources, a fully equipped podcast studio, and even the immersive learning and pedagogy spaces. But infrastructure alone does not transform education. People do. And that is why capacity building became one of our greatest priorities. We trained hundreds of lecturers in instructional design, in online facilitation, in digital assessment, in effective use of educational technologies for teaching, for learning.
As a person with disability, my experience at KNUST has shown me what true digital inclusion looks like. There are certain physical barriers that I face, such as using the computer mouse. Yet, I have never felt excluded in the university digital learning environment. The E-Learning Center has been accessible and convenient to me and my other colleagues.
When I got admitted as an economics student in KNUST, I thought life on campus was going to be very difficult because I'll have to carry textbooks and big bags around whenever I had a class. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to access slides, videos, and quizzes on the virtual class, which has made my academic flow very, very comfortable on campus. And I remember there was one time where I had to rush to campus to submit an assignment. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to submit an assignment on the virtual class with a click of a button. Anytime I have a quiz, I no longer have to panic because there is an auto-save system which saves my work anytime there are challenges.
At the KNUST E-Learning Center, innovation meets education, which creates a truly modern learning experience. By leveraging cutting-edge digital technology, the center redefines how teaching and learning takes place. At the heart of this transformation is the learning management system, that's the LMS. This is a digital platform that enables lecturers to organize courses, deliver lecture materials, engage with students, administer assessment, and monitor learning progress, all in one place. Now, the center also features an immersive learning and pedagogy unit, which is equipped with the virtual reality technology. Here, the learners step beyond the traditional classroom into realistic, simulated environments that makes learning more interactive. Whether developing practical skills or exploring complex concepts, The VR provides hands-on experience in a safe and a controlled setting. Now, content creation is equally at the forefront. The E-Learning Center boasts of over 20 state-of-the-art teaching studios designed to support both synchronous and asynchronous teaching. Now, the studio enables educators to produce high-quality digital learning content that reaches students wherever they are. It has the examination and proctoring assessment unit and a dedicated podcast studio. These are all specialized facilities that continues to expand the possibilities of technology-enhanced teaching.
As a leading science and technology university, we will be contributing our quota to the wealth of edtech solutions in the world by utilizing cutting-edge solutions and technologies from artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality to produce African-centric moving from excellence to eminence truly means. This should be our commitment, and this aligns with what we at the KNUST E-Learning Center stands for, which is impact.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too?
Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Kwesi, Wafa new. What to sing?
Pops, I don't understand the tree language.
This is Uncle Wafa. We need some money for.
Train. How is all this not made the money and then an hour train? I could see, sir.
It is finished, oh.
What about the money I sent you to renovate the family house? But you know, snow more air way too much. And I want to Ghana. And say she got me there, send you. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233 270 066 614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now Kwesi, anyone else who no?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
So don't make AI the winner of your product. You will be embarrassed.
The first key thing is when you're about to shoot, clean your camera. No, nothing focusing. But one, AF, you will move it with your subject. A, you will be glued to where you went.
If you need assistance, if you need help, try help.
As they talk, where you make me start?
Right now. Why has it got into there? Okay. So, what did they want to hear?
Hear them. No, I checked CSM. 49.
Hello. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We encourage our poster presenters to stand by their poster as delegates come to them, and they also take questions from you and they take comments as well. So please, we encourage all poster presenters to be by their poster at this time. Thank you very much. Our judges are unanimous. You don't see them. So just know what you are telling your audience, and out of that, you'll be graded as such. Please, let's be by our posters. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Sebastian Asante Bonsu from Metrics Ghana. Yeah. Hello. I'm Sebastian Asante Bonsu from Metrics Ghana. So Metrics Ghana is a young firm that wants to stop importation of. Mathematical sets. So the idea is to scrape away all plastic parts from the mathematical set. So from the sharpener to the ruler to your compass, 30, 60 degrees, protractor, and 45 degrees, all are made from the local woods we have here. It comes with an illustration to guide you on how to use your compass. So all the keys and the boxes are being crafted from the local wood we have locally. So we want to help the economy grow by scraping away the plastic parts and then getting eco-friendly stuff into the system and biodegradable stuff. There also comes with an abacus. So the same thing applies to the abacus we have, an eco-friendly abacus. We scraped away most of the plastic parts, built it with the wood we have locally, so we can also make more jobs for most of the youth we have in the country. We have 3D printing services too as well. anything you can think of, being modeling, machine parts, broken parts from cars, anything being plastic. We can model them and print them out for you. Sure. If you want to locate us, you can find us at CCB, close to the auditorium, and then I think close to the staff clinic is the best and closest. Yeah. You're welcome. Sure.
Attention, please. To our oral presenters, I'm sure by now you know where you'll be presenting. Our 5 venues are all available now. Please kindly locate your venue. And immediately after lunch at 2 p.m., we will begin the oral presentations. So we are using the Great Hall here. We are using the Gardner Conference Room behind the Great Hall on the 2nd floor. Then we are using also the learning commons of the main library, the part facing the Great Hall. The opening space also prepared. Then we also go to the main library. The 1st and 2nd floors are also ready for the other presentations. So please check in the book of abstract, identify where you are supposed to be, and let's begin the presentations by 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Aside these models, can you also from scratch? Okay. All right. Yeah, so like I was saying, my name is Nat. Work with Comfort, and this is a solution that we developed to help improve e-learning solutions in the country. And so this is a Rachel Plus device. It serves as an internet in a box. And so all that you need to do is that when you power it, you just connect using any device, whether a tablet or a mobile phone that has a browser on it. And so, for example, this tablet has a browser. And so I just have to connect it, not using internet or your own. Okay. All right. So with this, you don't need any data. You don't need any external internet. All that you need to do is that just power your Rachel Plus device, and you're able to connect using your tablet or your mobile phone. So, like I was saying, during the COVID time, we realized that students were going to have it difficult in accessing, to have that face-to-face interaction with their teachers. And so we decided to come up with a device that facilitators would just go to the classroom, share tablet, and students will just connect to the Rachel Plus device and then do their own self-learning with the support of the facilitator. And that was what we were able to come up with. And so as you are seeing on the screen, we have a lot of models that are found on this Rachel Plus device. Aside the models that are on, you can, as a facilitator or as a teacher, upload your own content onto it. Yes, can upload your own content. So you can create your own models, give your students some assignment in groups for them to go onto their models that you have created. And then they will be able to self-learn. And the teacher will be able to track whatever every team or every student is doing. You can, upload your content using a pen drive. It has a slot where you can slot your pen drive and be able to upload the content. And also the models that are on the devices. This is an internet port. You can just connect an internet port to it, to an internet source, let's say a router, and then you're able to update whatever model that are found on the Rachel Plus device. Okay. Okay. Sure.
I think my first question is answered. The second question is that if you have foundation, like small foundation where we need support to help the young ones. Is there any opportunity for us?
So Comfort as an organization will get to know what your foundation seeks to achieve and see if we can align. But if it has to do with this particular solution, you can reach out to World Possible and explain your situation to them, that you are an NGO or a small foundation that is, much into education, and then you want to champion the cause of making sure that your learners get access to an e-learning, device. They'll be able to, have a discussion with you and see how best they can support you. Thank you.
We did? The questions, okay. Okay, well, I already asked. Let me ask again. Yes. Okay, please, my question was, in a situation where I do not have the resources to access to these courses, is there any way I can go about it to have access to the courses?
Got you right. In a situation where you don't have resources, unfortunately, currently, there isn't any other alternative. Yes. So, okay.
They just told us that there is a fund, something that can fund students probably for online classes, school fees, all that. I don't know if, like the situation where I went, will I get the letter from you, or the letter will come from me or the school? How can I go about it? Okay, my question is, there is a fund support that can help students to apply for, yes. So I don't know whether the letter should come from you or the school or from myself.
Fund, I believe, is an in-house fund, which is KNUST fund. So you would have to, yes, KNUST would be the person to give you all the necessary information. Is that all? Are you sure? Okay.
I would have really loved to do these classes because the advantages are too much. I can do it at my free space. I can do it anytime, but the challenge now, I might not have the resources to pay. I don't know whether we can also pay through installments, like small. I don't know whether it's done.
Currently, we don't do installments, but I mean, these platforms are so that we also get feedback. So I think it's something that we will look at, but currently, we do not have installment plan.
Please, I would have also loved to ask the question, like, why are you here and what? Okay, I can already see what you are doing, but can I know the main reason why you people are here, please?
This is an e-learning conference, and as an institution, we also have the e-learning bits to our training. So that's why we're here to, advocate so that people know that we also do have e-learning courses that we do offer. Currently, these are the courses: Gender, Peace and Security, Women Leadership and Development course, Foundation course on Youth, Peace and Security, Mental and Psychosocial Support, Election Observation and Election Management Training, as well as disarmament, demobilization and reintegration courses. Yes. So, all these courses, we also have the on-site ones where you would have to come to our premises. So those ones, it takes between a week and 2 weeks. Yes. We also have academic programs. Those are the master's and PhD courses. Yes. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much for engaging us. All right. Take care. So you can contact us through our website on www.kaiptc.org. Yes. You can also follow us on social media platforms at KIPTC Ghana. Thank you.
You are doing this with me. Thank you. So then, please, now me, I want a video now. Me too, I want a video. Please, don't want. Don't want. Please, the camera is good.
Oh, okay.
And when you have video, make sure you video the camera.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please, good day, ma. Okay, I'm so happy to be here and to see all these things because I'm really interested in AI. I mean, I'm into it. But the challenge I'm facing now is I do not have the resources to obtain most of them. So can I know the reason why you people are here, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so hi, my name is Yusuf from IT Consortium. I'm here with Esther and then Asante. We are from, like I said earlier, we are IT Consortium. We are a fintech company. I don't know if you heard the resource person earlier. That's Franklin Eleblu. We are here with Franklin. Yes, Chango. Yes. So we are with Chango, and we are also with Transflow. So Chango is a group contribution and crowdfunding platform. We introduce quite a number of students here to it. Sometimes you would see ad being played out there. Yeah.
Imagine a situation where I invest my money on Shango probably to help a family, and the money I do not have Momo. I sent the money to a friend to send to you, and the money was scam. Is there a way where you guys can retrieve the money?
So let me maybe explain what Chango is, and then I'm sure that would address your question. Now, Chango is a group contribution and a crowdfunding platform. There is a group contribution aspect, which is mostly private. You know what we do when we are contributing money? We jump on WhatsApp. A friend will drop their Momo account. We send the monies to that friend's Momo wallet, and then he or she will send it to whoever the money is meant for, right? But in this case, we don't need to, send it to anybody's Momo wallet, right? We create a group. Within the group, we do our contributions, and when it's time to take it out, we have what we call cash out. You push it out of the group to whoever it is meant for. As a group, now to answer your question, as a group, if you also decide that you're going to invest it, that we have an investment product there, you can push it to it, and then when it matures, you take out the interest as well as your principal if you want to. Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you too. So you can check it out on changoapp.com. changoapp.com, right? You can get more information there. Our contact numbers are also there, so you can always call us. You're right.
Per what you've said, also, what will be the outcome if I should join the Chango? Will I be part of the people that will be, or like? Sorry, that's me.
Awesome. So there is also the public group aspect of Chango. So as an organization or any entity that wants to, do any form of crowdfunding, you can do it with Chango. That's more like for entities, right? Then there is the private aspect. That's maybe you, your friends, everyone. You can create a group and then do your contribution. So it's not like you are joining Chango to join a random group. No. You are joining it. You create your group with your friends, with your family, with your close members or people around you. Do you get it? Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
Is there any way I can have access to the Chango?
Yes, Chango is available on the Play Store. It's available on the App Store. You can also visit the website, which is, www.changoapp.com. You can scan this as well. So aside Chango, we also have Transflow. That is for businesses. You can also check that one out. Yeah. Thank you too.
I like it.
Thank you.
So yes, I will pass.
Huh? You want to go? Have they bought the
Everybody's
Please,
gone.
Can I get your?
No, give
Are you using a
another place.
Yes, you look. Let's see.
Oh, yes. Huh?
Are you using a Samsung phone?
No, don't worry.
No, are you using a Samsung
Yes,
phone? I can just transfer it to you.
Sorry.
Moi avec le micro. Please, good day, ma. Hope you are fine, please. And as I could see, I'm much more interested on this. So please, can I have more enlightenment on it, please?
So my research is leveraging artificial intelligence for the digital archiving and digital archiving. Yes, and spatial interpretation of Asante symbolism in architectural design. So we've realized that over the years, the Asante royal symbols have depleted over time. Like the documentation has depleted over time. It's being done manually. So we want to use digital archiving to keep this thing for future preservation. Asante symbols.
My question is, if I get you is it a form of, how they call it, is it a monument where you can go and keep things for remembrance, or?
It's not necessarily a monument, but we are looking at how these Asante symbols are translated into architectural designs, architectural forms, whereby it communicates, and it can also, the spatial interpretation, the spatial arrangement, can be able to communicate what these Asante symbols mean and also preserve our heritage as well. Yes.
Thank you very much. I can see it's cultural, if I'm not wrong, right? So does it have to do with the kings only, or it can do with anybody at all?
Anyone. Yes.
Must the person be of a higher position, or?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. God bless you.
I didn't take the photos. I only took videos.
Please make sure you video the cameraman, so I will send it to him, okay? Please, good day. We are here to know more about your advertisement, what you have for us for today.
Okay, so I'm Kwejiri Agri, and the research is about exploring architectural strategies that support the preservation and economic viability of local craft by enhancing productivity and income generation. So the research is about bridging the gap between the traditional skills and digital technology. So with the digital technology, the problem that I found out was that there was a production infrastructure issues. So mostly when you go to the craft market or the craft village, they don't have enough space for even people to come for apprenticeship. So that's the gap also I realized. And also there's globalization where this local craft meets the mass demand. Yes, because mostly we have Chinese who are producing kente in large sums of, but when you come to our local, we don't really meet the mass demand. And there's also limited modern training. So the limited modern training, when you go to these craft markets, they mostly depend on the family apprenticeship. So people who are not related to these families don't get exposed to these skills. And also like decline of this knowledge. So people are being deprived of getting this traditional skill. So this led to architectural design strategies where it can bridge the gap between the traditional skills and also the digital technology. So this is a digital craft business incubator where people will come in and so to get a hands-on training. So they have a digital fabrication hub. They have e-commerce. So the e-commerce focus mostly the craft, they wait for the tourists to come in to come and purchase. But there's an e-commerce where they can get this the customers online without waiting for them to come to the craft village to get the customers or the income. And there's also AI-assisted learning spaces. Mostly they take time to also get ideas on how to carve or the things that they want to do. So with the AI learning spaces, they will learn about this AI so that they can get fast ideas to carve their things. There are also production spaces. So in as much as we are going with the digital technology, we are not depriving or doing away with the traditional one. So we are still bringing it all together. So this led to a business incubator. So this is the design proposal that I made.
So please, how can this traditional skill help me as a student? What can I do to earn a skill traditionally?
Okay, so during the traditional skill, mostly it's a hands-on something. So with the digital one, we learn about the ICT. You have the ICT lab and all, where you can learn about the designing and all. So taking you through this design process, students can come up to do a 3D printing. So we have a demonstration back there where students can learn how to use the computer to design something without using your hand to carve something. So that's what the student can also benefit from these incubator spaces.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this section. So please, can I know, has it already been included in KNUST? Is there a place where we can have access to it, please?
Okay, so with the research, I focused on a 3 selected places. So I focused on Ebri, Bonre, and Accra. So these are the places that I selected for now. So, but the scope was at Ebri, so that if it's successful at Ebri, it becomes a model at the various regions in Ghana. So that's something like.
Thank you very much for this section. I wish I will have access to it and learn more. Thank you very much. Les vidéos là pas trop long, peut-être 3 minutes, 5 minutes, parce que c'est trop long. Et puis nous, please, good day, sir. I hope you are fine. Please, can I know what you have for us today, please, for this e-learning?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Boachi Justice, and I'm working on digital urban infill for sustainable inner city redevelopment. So rapid urbanization has intensified pressures in urban centers. And then it is one of the defining elements of the 21st century urban cities. And so we are looking at investigating how digital urban infill strategies through the use of digital tools such as the BIM, GIS, digital twin, parametric design, simulation, and then virtual reality to support sustainable and evidence-based inner city redevelopment. So one of the major findings from this research was the strength and quality using these digital tools can really produce. It also enables data-driven planning and then evidence-based design. So when you look at our urban setting, there are a lot of underutilized urban spaces within there. So when you go to cities like Edum, Accra, and then the greater Kumasi at large, there are underutilized urban spaces within there. And that is what this research seeks to do. So the GIS actually helps to map out some of these underutilized urban voids. And then the BIM and then the digital twin, as well as the parametric design system, also help us to create design or create better usage of those spaces and then experience those spaces before we actually use them. Now, the benefit of this is land use efficiency. Also, it enhances mobility and energy efficiency, and then also public space quality. Now, this is what this research seeks to address.
Please, how can this thing help me in my journey as a student? How can this help me as a student?
So, as a student, this is going to help you in the design field, especially students in the built environment. We are able to really grasp simulation of spaces. Now you can have multiple design options in designing such spaces. And it can also help you to know how the space is going to perform before we even design the space or create these spaces.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
I was in.
Ephraim. So can I start? Je commence. Pas de Snapchat normal caméra. Bon. So. Okay. Please, good day, sir. I hope you are fine. So please, can I know what you have for us today for this e-learning program, please?
So I did a study on barriers to waterfront activation, and that is the challenges limiting Fosu Lagoon as an active edge in Cape Coast, Ghana. So, if you go through the foreign status, Waterfronts are vital assets, and then they are not only viewed as a water body or as a natural asset just there. They are revitalized, and then they gain something for the nation, for the country, or for the economy, right? But then Fosu Lagoon is seen otherwise. Now, in most African cities, waterfronts are associated with environmental decline, spatial exclusion, and weak integration into the broader community. And Fosu Lagoon is a clear example of that. So we have problems with pollution, we have problems with encroachment and all that. So the aim was to examine the barriers that limit its activation and then its transition and then regeneration into an inclusive edge. And for the study, it was purely qualitative. So I had interviews and then talks with fisher folks, with the paramount chief of the land, that is Cape Coast, and some people. And then I got 4 main anchor points. That is the physical and spatial barriers, the socio-ecological barriers, environmental degradation as a main anchor point, and then governance and institutional challenges. And I could find that limited accessibility, absence of designed public spaces, encroachment, and the privacy concerns were main points under the physical barriers. And also for environmental, it was clearly pollution. And for social-cultural barriers, we had negative public perceptions and all that. Thank you.
So, sir, please, in summary, what is your project all about, and how can your project help the community to grow and develop and to become a better community through this your project, please?
So, Fosu Lagoon is regarded as a god of the land. So, Cape Coast has 77 gods, and Fosu Lagoon is regarded as one of them. And it has high cultural relevance. And looking at a water body with such relevance left to waste, I mean, it's worrying. So the main aim is to try and then regenerate this lagoon into an inclusive public edge so that, I mean, it welcomes and then promotes our culture, encourages tourism and all that to bring something back to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope this will help me in the future, and I would really like to explore more some days. God bless you. Thank you. I can take you off.
My name is Timothy Aguya Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I
Please, good day, sir. I hope you are fine.
My name is
Please, on this
Timothy
great day of
Aguya-Kasia.
the e-learning, can we know what you have for us? Because these arts are very beautiful. Please give us more knowledge on it, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Luke Amate Tetefiu. I'm a faculty member at the Department of Indigenous Arts and Technology here in KNUST. Our mandate is to look at how we can transform available local materials into useful artifacts for daily use. So on display here are some of the works that our students have been able to produce after we've taken them through a series of activities. So it ranges from leather works to fibers and fabrics, to clay works, to wood, to the use of beads, amongst other materials that are sourced locally. We also try to take advantage of available technology and see how we can use these technologies to transform these local materials into artifacts for contemporary use.
Sir, please, I can see the materials are very beautiful. So, are they all made up of beads or some materials were added up to it, please?
All right, so these are beaded works that have been used to do portraiture works. And these ones are wood that have been engraved. So the engraving was done using the laser technology. And then we also have this one's leather works. So the sandals, footwears were made from leather. This one is a pictorial batik from fabric, okay? That's also from fabric. This one is from jute, the jute sack, yes. And this is a ceramic product, but it has been fired, okay? And this one is made from scrap metals. And these ones are made from bamboo and rattan. And these ones are made from cords, using a knotting technique known as macrame. All right.
Sir, please, how can this your material help in the contribution of we students? For some of us, we do arts and we are interested in all these materials. So if we want to start up, how can we start?
All right. The first thing is you must have an interest for art. And then once you express that interest, you need to align yourself with someone who is skillful in the area. And we'll have to take you through a series of activities that will help you acquire the skill. Once you get the skill, the next thing is how to set up. Some of these things don't need huge capitals to begin with. Maybe 50 CDs, 100 CDs, you should be able to start. So these ones, for instance, all you need is the skill. After the skill, you need to buy the cord. When you go to the market, 50 CDs should be enough to get one cord. And one cord should be enough for you to do a pair of slippers. Once that is done and you are able to sell it, you'll get another capital to probably increase the number of cords that you would buy this time around. So not everything needs very huge capital. The most important thing is to express the interest and the desire, and you are good to go.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you for this moment. Who is taking you? It's not you. No. Okay, miss.
Okay. So, we're not finished. But we done with the poster. No, we are not done with the poster. Okay, so let's do something. No, everything there. So,
trying to form mobile, so translated the anyway. Let's start from the
do we have anybody here? Yes, please. Okay, here. Okay, here. Where do we go then? All right. Good afternoon. Yes, so your name?
I'm Pamela Nano from the Department of Architecture.
Okay, so Pamela, we're having here a research work, Construction Material Innovation Hub, a collaborative research and learning environment for sustainable material development in Ghana. Tell us, why this research?
So currently, when it comes to the construction industry, we rely heavily on important construction materials, and then we've abandoned our local materials. And because of that, my research aims at getting to know how Innovation Hub can act as a catalyst to promote the adoption of local materials in the country, and not just to only provide spaces for research, but also come in collaboration with AI to ensure how these materials will be attractive to the people in the construction industry. Because from my findings, you've got to know that they are not patronizing the local material because of lack of standardization and certification of these materials. Because when you take something like cement, we know the the quantity that is needed to provide a certain structure. But when it comes to the round earth materials or timber or bamboo, we don't know. So my research is to get to know how this innovation hub will bring in the people within the industry, the researchers, and then the artisans and everyone to create awareness and also share knowledge and get to know how these materials can be innovated to in such a way fit within the construction industry and then reduce the rate at which we patronize the conventional materials.
And so has there been a collaboration or sort of, that collaboration with industry? How has it been?
So the collaboration between the industry and then the academia is very low. And then we have different centers, but my research aims at bringing them together in a specified center. So for that, we have the industry, the people within the industry, and then academia, and then artisans, and anybody who have interest in that to come within that specified center to share knowledge and also provide ways whereby we can patronize our local materials. So we will have spaces like the exhibition to create awareness and let people know that local materials should come to stay, and also provide a technological enabled learning spaces, a seminar and conference facility which are being aided by AI, and also provide prototype development workshops. So after the research, we don't end it there. We come together, we have practicals on it, and then they will be mounted at the demonstrative yard for people to know that, yes, local materials are of good use as compared to the conventional materials.
And this looks like a physical infrastructure, but we're talking about digital space here. Is it going to have a digital component, or is it going to be all physical?
We will have the digital component. So we have the material exhibition unit, whereby we have the BIM, we have the VR and everything. So after the laboratory and everything, the AI will help us to get to know even if this building is not built, if it's not designed, the design is not built, we get to know how it will look like in real life, in reality. So the AI is guiding us as an assistant to help get to know the future of these materials.
Oh, wow. With everything, money is very important. Of course, capital, it might be very capital intensive. I don't know whether you've done that evaluation.
Yes. So for the construction, definitely it's going to be assisted by the government and then the people within the construction industry. But when it comes to the maintenance, because it's going to be like a research hub or research facility, people coming in will pay a token. Then that will be used for the maintenance and everything. And we have the workshop, the demonstrative workshop. That one will be providing a small scale units, let's say the brick tiles and all that. So for them, it can be taken out to sell and make money to keep their facility.
Yeah, so then definitely that's going to be very sustainable. All right, thank you very much. But let's talk about the challenges. Are there any challenges you encountered in realizing this vision? Is there any challenges? Are there any challenges you anticipated?
So right now, what we have to do is we have to encourage the people within, the producers. Because right now, from my findings, doing my research, I realized that the people within, the producers who produce the local materials, they are all stopping because they said it's no more lucrative anymore. They are all stopping the work. So how do we bring them on board? That is the problem right now. So if I able to bring them on board, everything will be perfect.
Pamela, thank you very much. It's the Department of Architecture, right?
Yes. Please.
All right. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we'll move on to the next poster. Hello.
Yes.
Please, your name.
My name is Awasnab Jesse, a Masters of Architecture 2 student, and I'm presenting my poster on digital aviation infrastructure and cross-border trade integration, reimagining airport hubs for regional connectivity in Bolgatanga, Ghana. So I started off by giving a background which states that the northern Ghana experiences limited aviation infrastructure despite its strategic location along the ECOWAS trade corridors. So the existing problem is that Bolgatanga lacks an airport and there's an existing airstrip there which has been unpaved for so many years. So the question is, how do we digitalize an aviation infrastructure which houses just not the passenger side, but also has the cargo ingredients, where we can move goods between Ghana and the other Sahel regions? Because as we speak, Ghana is bordered to Togo, Burkina Faso, Benin, Nigeria, if we go further. So my research focuses on designing an airport that integrates digitalization in the aviation of how the airport operates. So I started off by reviewing various literature to look at the various theories that align with my research. And I came to a conclusion that...
All right, okay.
Yes.
So, Jesse, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me interrupt you a bit.
Sure.
This is what you conceived for Bolgatanga, but I don't know, where did you see this?
Yes.
Are there examples elsewhere in the world?
Yes. So when I was looking at my case studies, I looked at similar airports, especially the Accra International Airport. It has the cargo section, but the problem is that there's a lot of burden in terms of how goods are cleared, and because it's only one, it makes it very difficult for people in other parts of the country to, connect to those facilities. So the main idea is to release the burden of Accra International Airport and create another hotspot where if people are even transiting goods between Ghana and maybe other countries bordering the Sahelian countries, they can easily have another point which takes the goods off, the shores of Ghana.
Okay. But let's talk about the Accra International Airport, for instance. What you are anticipating for Bolgatanga,
yes,
airstrip or airport, is also having that?
Yes, there's an existing airstrip there, which is about 3,500 kilometers, but it's unpaved. So the idea is to design an airport based on the existing feasibility studies that has been conducted by Ghana Airports Company Limited. So the president last year announced that there were plans underway to bring secondary airports to Bolgatanga, Wa, and I think Cape Coast. So my research seeks to delve deep into some of the studies that has already been conducted and to see how the direction that the design of the airport would go. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about when an airport is being constructed, there's that issue of whether people are going to patronize.
Yes.
I don't know whether you've done a bit of research to
Yes.
see how the people are going to accept this.
Yes.
How
So,
is it?
per my research, the reason why airfares are very expensive is that countries usually don't have their own airlines. Okay. If you are bringing Ethiopian Airlines, Qantas to house themselves in an airport you've constructed, they would have to determine their own pricing regime. So, in line with what the Ministry of Transport announced, Ghana is thinking of bringing into place a new airline. So, if Ghana, that is able to materialize, we could have Ghana controlling its own pricing regime, making it very affordable for people who, at the disadvantage. So I also think that as part of how an economy works, there's always a ripple effect to how some of these strategic developments are crystallizes. So it's not everybody that ideally can maybe afford airfares or to afford an airport, but the few that are able to afford it, it goes to increase the GDP of the economy of every country. Just as we have other businessmen strategically investing in other sectors, the ripple effect is that it will employ people, it will boost tourism, it will bring a lot of private investments, and that will consequently grow the economy of the country. So I'm looking at the bigger picture. That is why I'm adapting, or I looked at the growth pole theory. That is looking at strategic development that serves as a catalyst to grow the local economy of that particular region or that particular city that the development is coming on. Yeah.
Are there some challenges that you've encountered in trying to conceive this?
Yes, so far, the only issue I was the inability to get some classified information. Because it's an airport, most of the information wasn't very easy to attain, but I still found a way to, follow up, and I got quite some information that I'm using to work around the research. But I think so far, everything has been moving smoothly. It's just how to access very classified information from the stakeholders that I engaged. Yeah.
Jesse, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? For our oral presenters, we are beginning at exactly 2 p.m. So we are using the schedule I served you earlier in the week. The 3 rooms, the main library, that is the first and second floors, the Great Hall, the Gardner Conference Room, and the Learning Commons at the back of the Great Hall, at the back of the main library, please. So let's take notes and try to walk towards these venues so we can begin the oral presentations exactly at 2 p.m. Please, we are moving to the oral presentations exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Talented.
And not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks. Planning lessons by hand in the right format steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 4 to 5 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Pilot is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and Class Pilot does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard, and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It feels the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything ClassPilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. ClassPilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. ClassPilot cannot build her a classroom, but it can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, and this is ClassPilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Excellence is not a destination, it is a journey of vision, innovation, and transformation. At KNUST, the pursuit of academic excellence has always been at the heart of our mission. But in a rapidly changing digital world, excellence alone is not enough. We must evolve. We must lead. We must move from excellence to eminence. This is the story of KNUST's digital evolution.
From March 2020, something happened, and I'm sure a lot of you remember the famous fellow Ghanaians. The fellow Ghanaians was synonymous with COVID-19. The university issued the usual green letter, and normally when you see the green letter, you know that there's something that has to be done, an important information that has to be read. And so we read that message, and the university was on shutdown. And e-learning had to step in. The e-learning, by that time, e-learning was being handled at the distant learning unit, of course. And I remember contributions of DOTI members were trained into delivering online. The students were trained, certificates were issued. In fact, the certificates were signed by the Vice Chancellor herself. Before then, during the COVID phase, I remember the contributions of the then Vice Chancellor.
Oral presenters, please. Let's move to our respective venues.
He was there during
Oral
the COVID
presenters,
phase.
let's move to our respective venues. We have 15 minutes to begin, please. Thank you.
That they were doing to support e-learning at the distant learning. Therefore, it was easy for us to move on.
When I look back at the journey of the KNUST E-Learning Center, I see a story of vision, resilience, innovation, and passion for transformation. I had the privilege of serving this university as the foundation director of the E-Learning Center from the year 2021 to 2025. And I can say in all humility that what we see today did not happen just by chance. Like many institutions around the world, our story began during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you recall, overnight, universities had to rethink how teaching and learning could continue. And for many institutions, it was simply about surviving the crisis. But KNUST's story is different. Our leadership saw something bigger. They saw an opportunity to transform the way we educate our students, the way we teach, and the way we learn, and even practice administration. And one of the greatest strengths we had throughout the journey of the pandemic was the forward-thinking leadership of the management of our prestigious university, particularly the solid support of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, together with the Pro-Vice Chancellors at the time, the registrars, the provost, and all members of management that Professor Dixon worked with at the time. They understood the digital transformation agenda. They got it that it wasn't just a temporary response to COVID, but they saw it as the future of higher education. And that conviction gave us, those who were implementing it, the confidence to move beyond emergency remote pedagogy to building a sustainable system that could serve the university for many years to come. Our Vice Chancellor had a vision, the digitalization agenda. The digitalization agenda, which we all bought into, became the foundation upon which the E-Learning Center was built. Every major initiative we took at the time aligned with the vision of making KNUST truly a future-ready university equipped with digital competencies and ability. And together, we moved from simply supporting online classes through the Institute of Distance Learning, IDL, to building comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that can support the entire university and every constituency that we operate. And one of the things that I am particularly proud of is the university's investment in infrastructure. We established 23 world-class multimedia production studios, instructional design facilities, virtual reality and virtual classroom support systems, computer-based examination resources, a fully equipped podcast studio, and even the immersive learning and pedagogy spaces. But infrastructure alone does not transform education. People do. And that is why capacity building became one of our greatest priorities. We trained hundreds of lecturers in instructional design, in online facilitation, in digital assessment, in effective use of educational technologies for teaching, for learning.
As a person with disability, my experience at KNUST has shown me what true digital inclusion looks like. There are certain physical barriers that I face, such as using the computer mouse. Yet, I have never felt excluded in the university digital learning environment. The E-Learning Center has been accessible and convenient to me and my other colleagues.
When I got admitted as an economics student in KNUST, I thought life on campus was going to be very difficult because I'll have to carry textbooks and big bags around whenever I had a class. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to access slides, videos, and quizzes on the virtual class, which has made my academic flow very, very comfortable on campus. And I remember there was one time where I had to rush to campus to submit an assignment. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to submit an assignment on the virtual class with a click of a button. Anytime I have a quiz, I no longer have to panic because there is an auto-save system which saves my work anytime there are challenges.
At the KNUST E-Learning Center, innovation meets education, which creates a truly modern learning experience. By leveraging cutting-edge digital technology, the center redefines how teaching and learning takes place. At the heart of this transformation is the Learning Management System, that's the LMS. This is a digital platform that enables lecturers to organize courses, deliver lecture materials, engage with students, administer assessment, and monitor learning progress, all in one place. Now, the center also features an immersive learning and pedagogy unit, which is equipped with the virtual reality technology. Here, the learners step beyond the traditional classroom into realistic, simulated environments that makes learning more interactive. Whether developing practical skills or exploring complex concepts, the VR provides hands-on experience in a safe and a controlled setting. Now, content creation is equally at the forefront. The E-Learning Center boasts of over 20 state-of-the-art teaching studios designed to support both synchronous and asynchronous teaching. Now, the studio enables educators to produce high-quality digital learning content that reaches students wherever they are. It has the examination and proctoring assessment unit and a dedicated podcast studio. These are all specialized facilities that continues to expand the possibilities of technology enhanced teaching.
As a leading science and technology university, we will be contributing our quota to the wealth of edtech solutions in the world by utilizing cutting-edge solutions and technologies from artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality to produce African-centric edtech solutions that solve our peculiar problems. Through our e-learning practice and research journal, we intend to become one of the leading voices in digital education scholarship in Africa and beyond. None of these things that I have mentioned will mean anything if we do not share it. Our digital equity and inclusion strategy will place devices and subsidized data in the hands of students that global platforms typically overlook. And we will build learning systems that will work even where connectivity fails. Access to knowledge will never depend on your location in moving forward. We are building a pipeline of micro-credentials, professional certifications, and executive education, working with industry leaders so that our graduates do not simply hold degrees. They will hold skills that the market is waiting for. And we intend to do this not only for KNUST, but for the entire African region by establishing a West African training hub and sharing what we learn with every institution that is prepared to learn alongside us. This university carries the name of a man who believed that Africa's freedom would mean little if it did not also mean self-reliance, that is the ability to build, to teach, and lead on its own terms. The knot of wisdom, as we've already said, is untied only by the wise. As KNUST, we believe that it is our sacred responsibility of leading the transformation of education on the continent through digital transformation of the systems in place. We know that achieving this will mean deliberate decisions to do the unthinkable and imagine the unimaginable to prepare for the future which is uncertain. We will no longer react, but prepare. To our partners, this is an invitation, not to watch Africa's digital future arrive, but to help build it with us. This is what moving from excellence to eminence truly means. This should be our commitment, and this aligns with what we at the KNUST E-Learning Center stands for, which is impact.
Thank you. You don't chop.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too? Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Hello, Akwesi. Wafa new? What to sing?
Pops, I don't understand the tree language.
This is Uncle Wafa. We need some money for...
Train. How is all this now made the money and then an hour train? I could see, sir.
It is finished, oh.
What about the money I sent you to renovate the family house? But you know, snow move way too much. And I want to Ghana. And say she got me there, send you. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233-270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now Kwesi, anyone else want to chibium no?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
So don't make AI the future of your product. You will be embarrassed.
first key thing is when you're about to shoot, clean your camera. Oh, nothing focusing. But one, AF, you'll be moving with your subject. A, you'll be glued to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help,
So don't make AI the winner of your product. You will be embarrassed.
The first key thing is when you're about to shoot, clean your camera. Oh, nothing focusing. But one, AF, you'll be moving with your subject. A, you'll be glued to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help, try.
My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I built anything, I was a teacher in Sakote, in the Upper East region. For one term, I faced over 80 learners in a single class. Even on a normal day, it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks. Planning lessons by hand in the right format steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 4 to 5 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Pilot is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and Class Pilot does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard, and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything Class Pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Pilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Pilot cannot build her a classroom, but can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoyakasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
I have 2 slides. Hello. We are coordinating this.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
You're supposed to do that long time before you have to sit.
Excellence is not a destination, it is a journey of vision, innovation, and transformation. At KNUST, the pursuit of academic excellence has always been at the heart of our mission. But in a rapidly changing digital world, excellence alone is not enough. We must evolve, we must lead, we must move from excellence to eminence. This is the story of KNUST's digital evolution.
From March 2020, something happened, and I'm sure a lot of you remember the famous fellow Ghanaians. The fellow Ghanaians was synonymous with COVID-19. The university issued the usual green letter, and normally when you see the green letter, you know that there's something that has to be done, an important information that has to be read. And so we read that message, and the university was on shutdown. And e-learning had to step in. The e-learning, by that time, e-learning was being handled at the distant learning unit, of course. And I remember contributions of Dr. Osei. In fact, he actually was the person that led the EJUAD discussion. And so all of us, at this particular point in time in March 2020, Professor Ahmed Ejapon, he was the deputy director of distance learning. And I remember the university tasking a committee to look at migrating all the programs onto the university virtual class. Quickly, the migration of courses from all the various departments were done. And that was where e-learning across the campus was done holistically. Trainings were done, led by Professor Ahmed Ejapon again. All the university faculty members were trained into delivering online. The students were trained, certificates were issued. In fact, the certificates were signed by the Vice Chancellor herself. Before then, during the COVID phase, I remember the contributions of the then Vice Chancellor in the COVID phase was Professor Obridan. So he was there during the COVID phase, and therefore he had to help us move into this phase that we didn't know. But then what saved us was that during Professor William Otu's Ellis time, studios had been constructed for the distant learning, about 3 studios, and there were other things that they were doing to support e-learning at the distant learning. Therefore, it was easy for us to move on.
When I look back at the journey of the KNUST E-Learning Center, I see a story of vision, resilience, innovation, and passion for transformation. I had the privilege of serving this university as the foundation director of the E-Learning Center from the year 2021 to 2025. And I can say in all humility that what we see today did not happen just by chance. Like many institutions around the world, our story began during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you recall, overnight, universities had to rethink how teaching and learning could continue. And for many institutions, it was simply about surviving the crisis. But KNUST's story is different. Our leadership saw something bigger. They saw an opportunity to transform the way we educate our students, the way we teach, and the way we learn, and even practice administration. And one of the greatest strengths we had throughout the journey of the pandemic was the forward-thinking leadership of the management of our prestigious university, particularly the solid support of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, together with the Pro-Vice Chancellors at the time, the registrars, the provosts, and all members of management that Professor Dixon worked with at the time. They understood the digital transformation agenda. They got it that it wasn't just a temporary response to COVID, but they saw it as the future of higher education. And that conviction gave us, those who were implementing it, the confidence to move beyond emergency remote pedagogy to building a sustainable system that could serve the university for many years to come. Our Vice Chancellor had a vision, the digitalization agenda. The digitalization agenda, which we all bought into, became the foundation upon which the E-Learning Center was built. Every major initiative we took at the time aligned with the vision of making KNUST truly a future-ready university equipped with digital competencies and ability. And together, we moved from simply supporting online classes through the Institute of Distance Learning, IDL, to building comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that can support the entire university and every constituency that we operate. And one of the things that I am particularly proud of is the university's investment in infrastructure. We established 23 world-class multimedia production studios, instructional design facilities, virtual reality, and virtual classroom support systems, computer-based examination resources, a fully equipped podcast studio, and even the immersive learning and pedagogy spaces. But infrastructure alone does not transform education. People do. And that is why capacity building became one of our greatest priorities. We trained hundreds of lecturers in instructional design, in online facilitation, in digital assessment, in effective use of educational technologies for teaching, for learning.
As a person with disability, my experience at KNUST has shown me what true digital inclusion looks like. There are certain physical barriers that I face, such as using the computer mouse. Yet, I have never felt excluded in the university digital learning environment. The E-Learning Center has been accessible and convenient to me and my other colleagues.
When I got admitted as an economics student in KNUST, I thought life on campus was going to be very difficult because
Everything back. So who come in first?
Oh, it's working.
We are set. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this afternoon session. Our focus here is to look at digital governance, mobility, and infrastructure policy. And I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the Great Hall. And just to let you know that we are looking forward to a very interactive, insightful discussions, as I'll call it. Even though they are conference presentations, there usually will be questions and answers. My name is Lucy Ree Koto, and I'll be your chair for this afternoon. And I am ably assisted by my rapporteur.
I'm Veronica Sechi-Eje.
Thank you. So together we will be helping ourselves, facilitating and creating the space for us to be able to discuss these topics that we are passionate about, topics that we have researched, knowledge that we have created and are willing to share with each other. Before we proceed, I just want us to put out some housekeeping arrangements. Because we are in a digital space, most of the time our digital devices tend to obstruct us. So I'll crave your indulgence to put your phones off if you can't, please put them on vibration so that your phones will not disturb us as we listen to the presentations. Each presenter, even though the program I have, the topics are co-authored, we can only have one person presenting on behalf of the group. And each presentation has a minimum timeline of 8 minutes. So I would appeal to you to box everything you have to say together in 8 minutes. And then at the end of that, we will have a question and answer session that would last about 20 minutes, and there we'll be able to take all the questions and comments that we have. So we will call the presenters one after the other, and if you have any questions, please write the questions down, and then when we have the time for the Q&A, all the questions that we have can be asked, and we'll be able to answer them to the best of our abilities. So once again, welcome to this afternoon session. The first to present will be on integrating AI-enabled learning spaces within a modern design framework, designing an educational facility for the Faculty of Built Environment in KNUST, Ghana. And co-authors are Emmanuel Asamoah, Christian Corantin, Christian Eje Ekufu, Bashira Tu, Bonsu Bando, and Gwendolyn Tete Kai Kari. And so if Emmanuel is here or any of the group members are here, you are welcome to begin your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, panel,
Good afternoon.
and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Asamoah from the Department of Architecture, the Faculty of Built Environment here at University. And today my presentation is titled Integrating AI-enabled learning spaces within a modernist design framework, where I have my co-authors being Christian Counting and Christian Ekufu as well. Next. To begin with, let me give you a brief background of what I'm doing. I'm doing something about AI-enabled spaces. So first, let me talk about the fact that AI is now part of everyday studio base. AI is now part of everyday studio base, where architects, planners, and contractors now use AI in everything that they do. But then, what is within the Faculty of Built Environment is that now currently the Faculty of Built Environment is scattered around different locations, which limits how collaboration is going to be and cross-discipline learning. The current Faculty of Built Environment, the existing buildings are not designed to incorporate digital tools and fabrication lab or AI learning spaces, which then lead me to my problem. That's KNUST need a purpose-built facility that brings the faculty together while supporting AI learning, collaborating, and innovative learning. Next. I look up to 4 aims and objectives. First, my main aim is to develop an AI-ready modernist design framework. Please go back. First, I look at my main aim. That's to develop an AI-ready modernist design framework and apply it to the Faculty of Built Environment. Now, these are my objectives, that I'm going to examine the various architectural philosophies, their theories that suit a modernist design. And also, I'm going to exploit the spaces and building strategies that AI-enabled learning spaces require, which will then lead me on to assessing the faculty, what we have within the existing faculty, which will move me on to how I'm going to build an AI-ready modernism framework to guide the facility design. Next, I'll move on to my conceptual framework. My conceptual framework is grounded in modernism. Modernism simply means being functional and technology innovative. Now, because I'm doing something for Faculty of Built Environment, I also have to include sustainability in it. Sustainability in the sense that I have to reduce the negative impact it's going to have on the environment as well. And because I'm also doing in KNUST, which is one of the best tropical modernist situations, I also have to include include a critical regionalism. That's how he's going to respond to climate and materials and memory. Which then lead me to my main framework. That's the contextual modernism, tropical modernism. AI is the next step after CAD, because now AI has come and we are all using AI, and we have to incorporate it within our various facilities and faculties that we have. With my methodology, I use a mixed method approach. First, I use a literature review. That's when I look up to identifying the critical success factors in modernism, sustainability, and AI-enabled education. I also look up to 5 precedent case studies as well. That's the lecture building at Alio Diop University, School of Architecture and Built Environment, the Ranran Shaw Creative Media Hub, the Singapore University of Technology, and the School of Arts, Singapore. I also look up to questionnaires and interviews and field observation as well. With my questionnaires, I look up to students, staffs, professionals, and 2 senior lecturers. And I went about with a structured checklist as well. Out of my questionnaires, 131 of them were respondents of the questionnaires, and 8 of them were interviewed. 125 of them were students, and I questioned about 6 academic staffs, with 8 professionals being architects and engineers as well. I analyzed the various interviews using the thematic coding and comparative case analysis and descriptive statistics as well. With my findings, I move on to my findings from my objective 1 and 2. My objective 1 and 2 was to assess the various critical success factors under the various philosophy and theory. So out of philosophy, the critical success factor that I identified was climate, responsive passive design, and material honesty, with theory and concepts being functional clarity and flexibility, and spatial and form being having a clear circulation and interlocking forms, with structure and frame being hybrid, ventilation and reliable power. Modernism was the most current, recurrent philosophy reading among all the 5 cases that I identified, which moved me on to the form follow function as well. Now, from my findings from my structured questionnaires, this is what I have from the students within the Faculty of Built Environment. 72% of them said that the studios and workshops that we have is currently inadequate. 71.9% sees that the spaces that we have are quite uncomfortable. And 64.8 people believe that ventilation and daylighting is not that enough. And 62.4 were satisfied with the circulation that we have. Now, in order to improve it, there was a way for me to improve this. This leads me to my last aim. That's how I'm going to integrate AI into the framework that I have done. So with the integration of the AI-ready modernism framework, now this is how it's being linked. That's out of my conceptual framework that I have, I'm going to have flexible studios and smart classroom, as well as digital hubs and visualization hubs. I'm going to have fabrication workshops as well as maker spaces, and a sensory-driven and social learning. This all was gotten from my spatial and landscape interior services that I did my case study and analysis on, which then lead me on back to my conceptual framework that I had. That's the contextual tropical modernism. Each AI-enabled spaces is anchored to the critical success factors that I draw from the case studies and out of my questionnaires also as well. Now let's move on to some conclusions and recommendations. The main contribution that I'm going to have is that a practical evidence-based model joining climate-responsive modernism with AI-ready spatial infrastructure. I look under my conclusion into 3 main things. That's 1 for practice, 1 for policy, and 1 for academia. With practice, I'm going to look out to develop a consolidated AI-ready faculty for built environments where I'm going to incorporate flexible studio and computation lab and digital workshop. With policy, I'm going to advise that policy promotes institutional investment in AI-ready environments and adopt climate-responsive strategies within future university development. And with academia, I'm going to suggest that they integrate AI learning-based environment into the built environment and other facilities and faculties that we have. They integrate that and encourage a post-occupancy evacuation to inform future educational facilities design. Thus, they have to assess students, how they feel within the space so that they can improve on it. I'm going to suggest that for the academic. That's my presentation. Thank you. Questions are welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Asamoah, for that brilliant presentation. As I indicated earlier, questions will be taken after all the presentations are done. And so the next presenter, AI-driven spatial intelligence for inclusive urban mobility, evidence from the Medina Transport Terminal. Nancy Mawenam Foley, if Nancy is here. Can we give it up to her, please? Let's encourage her. Yes. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Morinam Foley, and I'm presenting on AI-driven spatial intelligence for inclusive urban mobility, evidence from the Medina Transport Terminal. And I'm from the Department of Architecture. Okay. So, as an architectural designer, I did my thesis on the Medina Transport Terminal. And for us to fully understand the context of what Medina is, I want us to understand what informal transport terminals are to us as a people in Ghana. So informal transport serves about 70% of daily commuters in Accra and about 5,770 persons per transport node. And Medina does exactly that for Accra as well. It's a major transport terminal there. But the thing is that AI and digital twin systems require structured, local, and spatial data to function. And our informal transport terminals do not have that yet. So digital twin systems and geospatial AI systems cannot identify this. So because of that, the aim of the study is to collect data that the digital twin systems can use to understand our informal transport terminals and then use that to improve their systems as well. So Medina has spatial inefficiency, which is they don't have great separation, where pedestrians clash with vehicles. And then there's bioclimatic deficits, where there's a heat sink because of the concrete used on the sites, and algorithmic erasure, because of the global smart city models. They cannot interpret it. They cannot interpret what informal vendors and drivers do at the terminal. So they see that as something abnormal. So my research is trying to look at how I can add what we have in Ghana to improve the systems. Okay. So the research gap is that there's no AI-ready spatial intelligence
prototype as a good initiative to own our own AI sovereignty to support teacher education in Ghana. And then we are calling on the Ministry of Education to mimic something like this if we really want to integrate AI in teacher education and in education, as we have already had a strategy for. So I will be ending here due to time. I'm receiving some messages and it's distracting me. I don't know whether I've passed my time. Yeah, for maybe further questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Matthew, for that brilliant presentation. I trust that you'll be able to keep with us, and when we get to the question and answer session, you'll be willing and available to answer those questions that will come. Yes, so the next presentation will be from Elisha Soglo Ahianyo, who would be presenting on Amaniebo, a trustworthy retrieval augmented generation system for parliamentary Hansard access, civil education, and democratic transparency. Elisha.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, amaniebo is an account word which basically means to inform or to give an account. And if you give someone something to do, you expect them to bring back feedback. Similar situation, over the past 3 decades, we've been voting for members of parliament to go and debate and pass laws that affect we the citizens. But we as citizens are finding it hard to have access to the discussions that are happening in parliament on our fingertips the second we need them. That is why we built Amaniebo. And I'm here. My name is Elisha Soglo Ahianyo, and I'm presenting a trustworthy retrieval augmented generation system for parliamentary Hansard access, civic education, and democratic transparency. Okay, so the Constitution of Ghana promises every citizen the right to information, but the information in the parliamentary Hansards are stored in PDF formats, and they've been piling for over 20 plus years in the Fourth Republic. There are over 2,000 PDF documents, and it's quite hard to access them based on the information that we are looking for as citizens, if we want to be able to hold our members of parliament or anyone accountable. So 4 barriers stand between the citizen and the parliamentary record. The first one is the fact that the parliamentary proceedings are stored. There's an official document called the Hansard, which I'm sure most people are not aware of, but that's what that's a formal document or the official document that has all the information of the parliamentary proceedings. These documents are available online. Parliament actually produces these documents and put them online. But it's very hard to be able to find specific information about debates and bills in these documents because these are 2,000 plus PDFs that we are trying to access. That is one problem. And secondly, trying to perform keyword search in these PDF documents does not produce the whole results. For example, if you are looking for Galamsey in the PDFs, you're not going to get any response for illegal mining, even though they are the same exact debate. So it is quite not up to taxed. Now, relying on ChatGPT, which is an LLM, ChatGPT to give you responses or anything that goes on in parliament, it's going to fetch information from blogs, third-party information, and opinionated information. The information is not impartial. Even though parliament releases an official document that has all the proceedings, ChatGPT does not have access to this document. We can try to search that and make sure we can ask ChatGPT to give us information about anything happening in parliament, and it should rely solely on the official document. It will tell you that it cannot access that particular document. So that's also one big problem. And the legal bar for the reliability on electronic records is quite high. So my question is, how can LLMs or how can we give citizens the power of AI over parliamentary records without sacrificing attribution, reliability, or inclusion. Okay, sorry. So, the scientific research our study is based on is solid. Researchers in the past, from 2020, have deduced ways to make sure that AI refers to a verifiable source before it responds to our queries. Researchers have also looked into metrics that can measure if AI is fabricating things or not giving the correct answers. Now, the search techniques to be able to search through a document and retrieve information fast enough have also been established and peer-reviewed. Now, here comes the problem. If you go to Europe, about 29 countries have a standardized parliamentary corpus that is easily accessible with AI. India have also created a parliamentary AI system for their parliament, but in Africa, there's none. So that is where Amaniebo comes in, which is our artifact. This is a design science research where we build an artifact to solve the problem and then evaluate the artifact against the problem.
Thanks for the help.
Okay. So this is our methodology and architecture we used to build our system. So what we do is, since the PDFs or the parliamentary Hansards are in PDFs online, we extract the raw text from those PDFs and we split them into segments. We did our research and we discovered 11 different segments that are in the parliamentary proceedings. And then we break these segments down further into chunks to allow for easy search. And we index this search and then identify them, give them unique fingerprints, and store them in something we call a vector database, which makes retrieval very easy. Yes, it's a video. So this is how the system works. This is an example of how our system works. Extracting verifiable information directly from the official parliamentary Hansard. So any question that you want to ask in the parliamentary corpus over the past 20 years, you just go ahead and request for the information. Whatever you ask will be given to you along with the parliamentary Hansard itself so that you can go back and then verify right from the source. So I'll hand over to my co-author to continue the presentation.
How much time? 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So I'll move on with the experimental evaluation. So we've deployed the system, we have a benchmark data, and then the real production pipeline is in work. So the evaluation protocol, we have the previous works from retrieval, generation, and then our novel addition is attribution. That's a speaker attribution fidelity. So if a speaker says something, the system is able to determine that so and so said that it matches their surname. So this is our result after evaluation. So the speaker attribution fidelity is about 0.90, and then the precision is about 0.94, meaning whenever we attribute a claim, it's right 94% of the time. So this is our key contribution. We have produced a first RAG system for parliamentary Hansards. We have every grounded citation protocol. There's a benchmark data set, and then inclusion by design, whereby we design for every citizen. So it has about 40 Ghanaian languages. So in conclusion, we have our implications. So there's this democratic accountability for the Article 21, Section 1F, and then the SDG goals, that's the goal 16. There's this legal admissibility, so it meets the design standards, that's the Evidence Act of 1975, and then the ETA 2008 reliability bar. And then it will also help in civic education, where students can literally query verifiable legislative materials. So our future works would include a full corpus where we would take parliamentary Hansards dating back from 2005 to 2025, a benchmark release of our data sets, and then an in-house Ghanaian NMT. So here are the references used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Co-pilot, you didn't tell us your name. Yes.
My name is Yao Seji. I'm a third-year computer science.
All right. Thank you so very much, Yao. Right. So we move on. Our next presentation will be done by Jennifer Akushika Hammond, and she'll be presenting on relationship between e-learning policy, corporate reputation, and e-learning success in Ghana. Jennifer.
So, my name is Jennifer Hammond, and I'm a student at Lincoln University, Malaysia, and also a lecturer in UPSC. So today we're coming to look at the relationship between e-learning, corporate reputation, and... Okay, so we're coming to look at relationship between e-learning policy. We all know that now e-learning is global. Africa has adopted it. Even in institutions in Ghana and our universities, mainly to say. So we realize that even though we have invested in technology, investment alone is not enough. So we are looking at the policies, the government's dimensions that affect e-learning sources. We've had some definitions from the African writers and also the reasons why it's important to invest in e-learning. But despite the growing body of literature and e-learning initiatives, we realize that in Ghana, we don't have specific e-learning policy. Normally, our research shows that universities rely on the general governance framework to guide the e-learning policy. And this is eroding on the corporate reputation, especially if it is not effective, the policies are not effective. It affects the reputation of the university and also influence e-learning outcomes. Okay. We have our problem statements. Like I said earlier on, there's no explicit policies dedicated to defining the parameters of e-learning. So we go around using the general governance policies, and it affects our institutional reputation. Okay, so the problem statements. If our credibility, we also encourage universities to invest in reputational strategies. Then also, for universities to achieve digital transformation, they must deliberately manage the their reputation, and also they must deliberately formulate effective e-learning policies, specifically for e-learning infrastructure. our references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Right. So at this point, we'll take our questions and answers. And before we do, oh no, please sit. And before we do, I will quickly recap the yes. So Matthew's. All right, thanks. Right, so we would have, and you didn't tell me your name because I have Matthew here. Ibrahim. Okay, all right. So Ibrahim Nantoma would be presenting on a critical education sector analysis of Ghana's national AI strategy 2024 to 2035. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Chair. If we remember, sometime in April 24th, 2026, Ghana launched the National AI Strategy 2025 to 2026. So we in education were thrilled and we're happy for that important milestone. So we came together as a group of educationists to analyze the policy with respect to education. So we looked at what is in the policy for us in the education sector. So I looked at the critical education sector analysis of the Ghana National AI Strategy 2025 to 2035. Okay. All right, so it will be done in 4 sections. The introduction, we'll look at the conceptual framework, the methodology, and then we conclude with our findings, and then okay. Now, the question of whether students will use AI in schools is no more a debate. AI has come to stay, and it, just like calculators are with us, it is never going anywhere. Now, the attention has now, or is now shifting to policy concerns. The policies that are developed to be able to monitor the implementation of this AI in our schools. So many countries, both in the Western world and in the global South, they have come out with different policy strategies to regulate the implementation and the use of AI in institutions. So, and it is important for us in the sub-Saharan Africa because we have barriers such as technological barriers and then ethical concerns. So it is very important that we adapt these particular policies to also implement whatever we want to do. So the Ghana National AI Strategy, it has a 10-year vision. That is from 2025 to 2035. Ghana should be seen as a hub of AI in Africa. And if you check the strategy very well, we have 8 pillars. It's made up of 8 pillars. The first pillar talks about education. The first pillar of out of the 8 talks about education. Now, research has also shown that most of the policies that we have throughout the world or around the world are talking about AI education for AI, where it talks about producing youths or equipping people with skills and knowledge who will be able to fit in the AI workforce, rather than looking at AI for education, where AI can be used as a tool for teaching and learning. So we ask critical questions, especially with those of us in education. Now, how is education framed in this policy? This is our national policy. Now, whose voices are very visible in this policy, and what is emphasized and what is overlooked in this particular policy, and then the strategies that guide responsible use of AI. So these are the critical questions that we ask in the course of analyzing this particular policy. We did a policy analysis with this particular framework as our lens through which we used to do our analysis. That is the GEM et al. Education policy analysis, which has about 5 different dimensions. Critical among or central among them is the purpose for framing any policy. So in framing a policy, these are the things that we consider, especially policy that concerns education. These are the various dimensions that are proposed by this particular author. So we did the analysis of this policy based on this particular framework. So with this, we use this framework as a lens through which we use to do the analysis. So with our methodology, we use a qualitative policy document analysis to be able to, and the primary document that we use for the analysis was the Ghana National AI Strategy, the document that we are talking about, which was launched in April, as I've indicated already. And now we look at education-related sections in that particular strategy. What are the education-related? Those are the things that we are interested in. We as a team, we met for 6 weeks. Every week we met on Saturdays for 6 different ways to do the identification of the different components vis-a-vis the framework that we used. Now, we came out with these our findings. We have about 5 findings. Now, the first one, we are saying that Ghana's AI strategy is very good. It has come at the right time. It is timely. It is ambitious. It is also, but it is stronger on national readiness rather than classroom implementation. So it's talking about how to develop people who will be ready for the AI workforce. All right. Now, we identify some of the strengths as it has spoken extensively about AI literacy, developing AI skills in the youth, TVET sector, and then it has spoken about these ones extensively, which is commendable. Now, what is missing, especially with those of us in education, is teacher agency, pre-service teacher education, curriculum progression, and the rest. So these are the gaps that we identified in the policy. Now, we also identified that it is framed as a talent pipeline for an AI-driven economy. So, and it has a target of developing in let's say about 1 million youths, AI-ready, 1 million youth by the year 2033. So it's an ambitious, but what is missing is cultural identity, ethical reasoning, creativity, and what have you. Now, we also realized that this is an appendix from the document. It has indicated the stakeholders who are engaged in the process of coming out with this policy. We have found out that there are major stakeholders, especially in education, who are missing. Teachers, for example, are just seen as recipients of the documents rather than contributing to the development of the document. Students, parents, colleges of education, they are all conspicuously missing in the document. Even teacher associations like NAT, NAGRAT, UTAC, and the mention has not been made of consulting all these particular people in the process of developing the strategy. Now, we have also identified one critical thing. If you look at the mission and vision statements, we picked it straight from the policy. If you look at mission, look at the symbol for mission, they have rather used, the I, as we know, should be used for vision. but they have exchanged these particular two things, which is something that a mistake that is avoidable. In conclusion, the strategy is, or the policy is very important. As a nation, it is very, very important, and we recommend. However, these are the key things that we identified. As declaration, we have the images that we got were gotten from Chat 5.5, and then some of the images too were sourced from public or online public websites. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Right, so we have come to the end of the first session. And before we take our break, because our time is fast spent, we still would make time for questions and answers. And so we would recap the presentations we have had this afternoon. We started with integrating AI-enabled learning spaces within a modern design framework, designing an educational facility for the Faculty of Built Environment in KNUST, Ghana, delivered by Emmanuel Asamoah. We had Nancy Mawe Namfoli delivering on AI-driven special intelligence for inclusive urban mobility, evidence from the Medina Transport Terminal. We had Kweku Edusei Poku speaking on when chatbot gives bad advice, who is responsible, responsibilization and de-responsibilization and liability for educational AI harm in Ghana. And then we have Leonard Yevri Dabri speaking on AI-enhanced architecture, aviation mobility nodes, advancing peripheral connectivity for sustainable regional development. We had Matthew Nyamba joining us from the USA, speaking on conventional AI agent for teacher education in Ghana, design and responsible AI evaluation of generated Ghana. We had Elisha Soglo Ahianyo and Yao Osei Ejei speaking on Amaniebo, a trustworthy retrieval augmented generation system for parliamentary hazard access, civic education, and democratic transparency. We had Jennifer Akushika Hammond speaking on relationship between e-learning policy, corporate reputation, and e-learning success in Ghana. And then Ibrahim Nantoma just spoke to us on a critical education sector analysis of Ghana's AI strategy 2025 to 2035. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the brilliant presentations we have had from our scholars. Let's give it up to them. And at this point, we just take about 15 minutes of questions that they would graciously answer for us. So the floor is open, 15 minutes, then we can take our short break and move on to the second session. Thank you very much. So questions are open. If you have a question, please, or a contribution or a comment, please raise up your hand and then the microphone will come to you.
Okay, I'm Prosper Sechofia. My first one is a comment on the critical AI analysis that my senior brother did. It wasn't only the teachers that are kind of missing from the stakeholders, because librarians and also other information professionals were equally missing from the stakeholders, which is something that can be avoided though. But we hope for the best, right? Okay, my first, not a question, but more or less like a clarification, have to do with the work of Madame Makusika. I think your conceptual framework, I think the way the arrows were moving doesn't shows the kind of analysis that you claim to have done. I think if you can look at that, it will improve the work. And also your table of the hypothesis. You just have the figures with no headings as to which one is the beta coefficients or the hypothesis or maybe the p-values, etc. And also your units of analysis. You wrote the human beings, which is problematic per my understanding, because the units of analysis from my point of view had to do with the population that you've studied, but capturing is as human beings with a citation, it seems some way. I think if you look at that, it will help. And also your research instrument. You've not stated whether if you use a scale or anything, you just wrote 5 points like a scale.
Yeah.
You've not mentioned the instrument that you use, whether if it's a skill that you have adopted or adapted for the study.
Yes,
So,
adopted skills.
okay,
Yeah.
so maybe it could be best if you list the name of the skills there to improve the work, maybe. The same challenge have to do with the first presenter, Mr. Asamoah. You made mention of structured...
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome, madam. Structured questionnaire. But I think if we could elaborate more on the kind of structured questionnaire that you use, I think it could help. All the same, thank you very much for gracing us with this brilliant presentation across board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody? Okay.
I don't know if the student that was from the University of Georgia online is available, but maybe the other student from the University of Georgia can jump in on this question as well, related to teacher education. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on the use of AI for pre-service teachers, to early career in-service teachers, to more veteran teachers. Should it be the same, or do you think it should be more varied depending on the skill level?
Okay, thank you. If I get you right, you are asking whether same AI should be used for primary, junior high, or...
No, I'm thinking more of teachers that are in practice before they become teachers, so in the School of Education, how they're interacting with AI. Then teachers that are new to teaching, and then teachers that are veteran teachers.
I find it difficult hearing or understanding what...
I can answer it. It's a good question.
Okay, he's online too. He's online.
Right. Yes. That's a good question. So we can react to that. It's a good question in the field of whether we should have the same AI literacy for teacher preparation, early careers, and then veterans. So currently, when we're talking about teacher preparation, we have the youth who are a little bit of digital literate. So they have the foundation, they're able to operate these laptops, and then also, hello, can you hear me? Yeah, please, am I communicating?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, yeah. So all that I was saying is that, yes, that's really a good question. And then, so From my perspective and then from the research that we've been doing here, I see like we should have a different AI literacy, and then based on their needs, right? There should be needs assessment. But then when you're looking at pre-service teachers, we position them usually the term Gen Z. So they are a little bit of, when it comes to digital literacy, they are advanced. And when you compare them with that of the veterans, they have been in the field for some time. So if you want to have professional learning for them, it might not be the same thing. So there will be some kind of foundational learning. So I conducted a research here recently with Georgia science teachers across board. And then what I found from the teachers was that we even have some teachers that even logging in ChatGPT, they don't even have an account, right? And we have some teachers who are already using, they're already using it. They're using Copilot and they know about it. They use it to draft emails to parents. So yes, I don't think we should have the same literacy for them, but then it can also depend on the need assessment. There should be a research done if you want to do professional learning for early careers and then veteran teachers.
Hello? I agree.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation. I would just want to ask Kweku, since you spoke about handful AI advice, have you ever experienced one? You go into any of these, onto these platforms and you ask a question and the feedback is harmful. Have you personally experienced any one of those?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Personally, I'm yet to encounter a harmful advice from an AI. But then when we look at precedents and what has happened since the inception of AI, for instance, the Air Canada incident where a man asked a chatbot that was mandated by Air Canada airline, and he asked the chatbot for the refund policy of the airline, and the chatbot gave him a wrong answer. Later, when he was going for the refund, the airline said their chatbot is a different entity on its own. So the man had to sue them, and that was in Canada. And they had a tribunal that decided in favor of the man. But when we come to Ghana, we have not yet tested the law to that extent where we have people going to the courts or the AI gave them a bad advice. But then when we ask around, there are people who have faced similar, whereby the AI gave them hallucinated cases. For instance, there's also this precedent whereby some lawyers sent some cases to court generated by an AI algorithm. It was made specifically for the legal profession, and the cases were cases that did not exist. The lawyers were penalized. So in that instance, if we come to Ghana, who is to blame? Because we have chatbots that have been mandated specifically for the legal profession. So as a law student, if I use this AI and it gives me a judicial precedent that does not exist, what do I do? Who is to blame for that? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much, all of you, for an amazing presentation. Thank you, audience, for everything. And we'll take a short break. The session is not over. We would gather after 20 minutes. It's a snack break, actually. So please don't go far away. And 15 minutes, and then we'll... Oh, okay. So we are going to the back of the Great Hall for the snacks and come back in 15 minutes to continue the next section. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Teacher stays in control and class pilot does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything class pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Pilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Pilot cannot build her a classroom, but can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoyakasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Carry textbooks and big bags around whenever I have a class. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to access slides, videos, and quizzes on the virtual class, which has made my academic flow very, very comfortable on campus. And I remember there's one time where I had to rush to campus to submit an assignment. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to submit an assignment on the virtual class with a click of a button. Anytime I have a quiz, I no longer have to panic because there is an auto-save system which saves my work anytime there are challenges.
At the KNUST E-Learning Center, innovation meets education, which creates a truly modern learning experience. By leveraging cutting-edge digital technology, the center redefines how teaching and learning takes place. At the heart of this transformation is the Learning Management System, that's the LMS. This is a digital platform that enables lecturers to organize courses, deliver lecture materials, engage with students, administer assessment, and monitor learning progress, all in one place. Now, the center also features an immersive learning and pedagogy unit, which is equipped with the virtual reality technology. Here, the learners step beyond the traditional classroom into realistic, simulated environments that makes learning more interactive. Whether developing practical skills or exploring complex concepts, the VR provides hands-on experience in a safe and a controlled setting. Now, content creation is equally at the forefront. The E-Learning Center boasts of over 20 state-of-the-art teaching studios designed to support both synchronous and asynchronous teaching. Now, the studio enables educators to produce high-quality digital learning content that reaches students wherever they are. It has the examination and proctoring assessment unit and a dedicated podcast studio. These are all specialized facilities that continues to expand the possibilities of technology-enhanced teaching.
As a leading science and technology university, we will be contributing our quota to the wealth of edtech solutions in the world by utilizing cutting-edge solutions and technologies from artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality to produce African-centric edtech solutions that solve our peculiar problems. Through our e-learning practice and research journal, we intend to become one of the leading voices in digital education scholarship in Africa and beyond. None of these things that I have mentioned will mean anything if we do not share it. Our digital equity and inclusion strategy will place devices and subsidized data in the hands of students that global platforms typically overlook, and will build learning systems that will work even where connectivity fails. Access to knowledge will never depend on your location in moving forward. We are building a pipeline of micro-credentials, professional certifications, and executive education, working with industry leaders so that our graduates do not simply hold degrees. They will hold skills that the market is waiting for. And we intend to do this not only for KNUST, but for the entire African region, by establishing a West African training hub and sharing what we learn with every institution that is prepared to learn alongside us. This university carries the name of a man who believed that Africa's freedom would mean little if it did not also mean self-reliance, that is, the ability to build, to teach, and lead on its own terms. The knot of wisdom, as we've already said, is untied only by the wise. As KNUST, we believe that it is our sacred responsibility of leading the transformation of education on the continent through digital transformation of the systems in place. We know that achieving this will mean deliberate decisions to do the unthinkable and imagine the unimaginable to prepare for the future which is uncertain. We will no longer react, but prepare. To our partners, this is an invitation. not to watch Africa's digital future arrive, but to help build it with us. This is what moving from excellence to eminence truly means. This should be our commitment, and this aligns with what we at the KNUST E-Learning Center stands for, which is impact.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He too? Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Hello, Akwesi. Wafa new? What to sing?
Pops, I don't understand the tree language.
This is Uncle Wafa. We need some money for...
$1,000 now, made the money and then an hour tree.
It is finished, oh.
What about the money I sent you to renovate the family house? But you know, snow more air way too much. And I want to Ghana. And say she got me there, send you. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233-270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now, Kwesi, anyone else want to tribune?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
So don't make AI the future of your product. You will be embarrassed.
The first key thing is when you're about to shoot, clear your camera. Automatic focusing. But one, AF will be moving with your subject. A, you will be moved to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help, try help.
My name is Timothy Aguya Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I built anything, I was a teacher in Sakote, in the Upper East region. For one term, I faced over 80 learners in a single class. Even on a normal day, it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks: planning lessons by hand in the right format steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 4 to 5 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Piler is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and Class Piler does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It feels the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything Class Piler produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Piler carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Piler cannot build her a classroom, but it can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoyakasia, and this is Class Piler. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is Flow State. Thank you.
Excellence is not a destination, it is a journey of vision, innovation, and transformation. At KNUST, the pursuit of academic excellence has always been at the heart of our mission. But in a rapidly changing digital world, excellence alone is not enough. We must evolve, we must lead, we must move from excellence to eminence. This is the story of KNUST's digital evolution.
From March 2020, something happened, and I'm sure a lot of you remember the famous fellow Ghanaians. The fellow Ghanaians was synonymous with COVID-19. The university issued the usual green letter, and normally when you see the green letter, you know that there's something that has to be done, an important information that has to be read. And so we read that message, and the university was on shutdown. And e-learning had to step in. The e-learning, by that time, e-learning was being handled at the distant learning unit, of course. And I remember contributions of Dr. Osei. In fact, he actually was the person that led the EJAD discussion. And so all of us, at this particular point in time in March 2020, Professor Ahmed Ejapon, he was the deputy director of distance learning. And I remember the university tasking a committee to look at migrating all the programs onto the university virtual class. Quickly, the migration of courses from all the various departments were done. And that was where e-learning across the campus was done holistically. Trainings were done, led by Professor Ahmed Ejapon again. All the university faculty members were trained into delivering online. The students were trained, certificates were issued. In fact, the certificates were signed by the Vice Chancellor herself. Before then, during the COVID phase, I remember the contributions of the then Vice Chancellor in the COVID phase was Professor Obridan. So he was there during the COVID phase, and therefore he had to help us move into this phase that we didn't know. But then what saved us was that during Professor William Otu's earliest time, studios had been constructed for the distant learning, about 3 studios, and there were other things that they were doing to support e-learning at the distant learning. Therefore, it was easy for us to move on.
When I look back at the journey of the KNUST E-Learning Center, I see a story of vision, resilience, innovation, and passion for transformation. I had the privilege of serving this university as the foundation director of the E-Learning Center from the year 2021 to 2025. And I can say in all humility that what we see today did not happen just by chance. Like many institutions around the world, our story began during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you recall, overnight, universities had to rethink how teaching and learning could continue. And for many institutions, it was simply about surviving the crisis. But KNUST's story is different. Our leadership.
So don't make AI the producer of your product. You will be embarrassed.
first thing is when you're about to shoot, clear your camera. Automatic focusing. But one, AF, you'll be moving with your subject. A, you'll be glued to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help, try help.
My name is Timothy Agoya Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all.
So don't make AI the future of your product. You will be embarrassed.
The first thing is when you're about to shoot, clear your camera. Automatic focusing. But one, AF, you'll be moving with your subject. A, you'll be glued to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help, try help.
My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I built anything, I was a teacher in Sakote, in the Upper East region. For one term, I faced over 80 learners in a single class. Even on a normal day, it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks: planning lessons by hand in the right format, steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 45 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Pilot is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and Class Pilot does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything Class Pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Pilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Pilot cannot build her a classroom, but it can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoya-Kasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. Flow State brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is Flow State. Thank you.
Saw something bigger. They saw an opportunity to transform the way we educate our students, the way we teach, and the way we learn, and even practice administration. And one of the greatest strengths we had throughout the journey of the pandemic was the forward-thinking leadership of the management of our prestigious university, particularly the solid support of our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Rita Kosia-Dixon, together with the Pro-Vice-Chancellors at the time, the registrars, the provost, and all members of management that Professor Dixon worked with at the time. They understood the digital transformation agenda. They got it that it wasn't just a temporary response to COVID. They saw it as the future of higher education. And that conviction gave us, those who were implementing it, the confidence to move beyond emergency remote pedagogy to building a sustainable system that could serve the university for many years to come. Our Vice-Chancellor had a vision, the digitalization agenda. The digitalization agenda, which we all bought into, became the foundation upon which the E-Learning Center was built. Every major initiative we took at the time aligned with the vision of making KNUST truly a future-ready university, equipped with digital competencies and ability. And together, we moved from simply supporting online classes through the Institute of Distance Learning, IDL, to building comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that can support the entire university and every constituency that we operate. And one of the things that I am particularly proud of is the university's investment in infrastructure. We established 23 world-class multimedia production studios, instructional design facilities, virtual reality and virtual classroom support systems, computer-based examination resources, a fully equipped podcast studio, and even the immersive learning and pedagogy spaces. But infrastructure alone does not transform education. People do. And that is why capacity building became one of our greatest priorities. We trained hundreds of lecturers in instructional design, in online facilitation, in digital assessment, in effective use of educational technologies for teaching, for learning.
As a person with disability, my experience at KNUST has shown me what true digital inclusion looks like. There are certain physical barriers that I face, such as using the computer mouse. Yet, I have never felt excluded in the university digital learning environment. The E-Learning Center has been accessible and convenient to me and my other colleagues.
When I got admitted as an economics student in KNUST, I thought life on campus was going to be very difficult because I'll have to carry textbooks and big bags around whenever I have a class. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to access slides, videos, and quizzes on the virtual class, which has made my academic flow very, very comfortable on campus. And I remember there was one time where I had to rush to campus to submit an assignment. But because of the learning management system, I'm able to submit an assignment on the virtual class with a click of a button. Anytime I have a quiz, I no longer have to panic because there is an auto-save system which saves my work anytime there are challenges.
At the KNUST E-Learning Center, innovation meets education, which creates a truly modern learning experience. By leveraging cutting-edge digital technology, the center redefines how teaching and learning takes place. At the heart of this transformation is the Learning Management System, that's the LMS. This is a digital platform that enables lecturers to organize courses, deliver lecture materials, engage with students, administer assessment, and monitor learning progress, all in one place. Now, the center also features an immersive learning and pedagogy unit, which is equipped with the virtual reality technology. Here, the learners step beyond the traditional classroom into realistic, simulated environments that makes learning more interactive. Whether developing practical skills or exploring complex concepts, the VR provides hands-on experience in a safe and a controlled setting. Now, content creation is equally at the forefront. The E-Learning Center boasts of over 20 state-of-the-art teaching studios designed to support both synchronous and asynchronous teaching. Now, the studio enables educators to produce high-quality digital learning content that reaches students wherever they are. It has the examination and proctoring assessment unit and a dedicated podcast studio. These are all specialized facilities that continues to expand the possibilities of technology-enhanced teaching.
As a leading science and technology university, we will be contributing our quota to the wealth of edtech solutions in the world by utilizing cutting-edge solutions and technologies from artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality to produce African-centric edtech solutions that solve our peculiar problems. Through our e-learning practice and research journal, we intend to become one of the leading voices in digital education scholarship in Africa and beyond. None of these things that I have mentioned will mean anything if we do not share it. Our digital equity and inclusion strategy will place devices and subsidized data in the hands of students that global platforms typically overlook. And we will build learning systems that work even where connectivity fails. Access to knowledge will never depend on your location in moving forward. We are building a pipeline of micro-credentials, professional certifications, and executive education, working with industry leaders so that our graduates do not simply hold degrees. They will hold skills that market is waiting for. And we intend to do this not only for KNUST, but for the entire African region, by establishing a West
Hello,
African training
can we
hub
please
and sharing
settle
what we learn
in so that
with
we can
every
begin? Yes, so this afternoon, I am privileged to have a co-chair, Prof. Chris Labby. Yes, I thought you said we were going to do it together. All right, awesome. So thank you very much. This afternoon we have 7 presentations. The first one would be delivered by Mr. Seth Ajimai on information risk management and data security in digital public service systems. Evidence from SNIT, Ghana. With a round of applause, can we welcome Mr. Seth Ajimai to deliver his paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As already indicated, I'm presenting on information risk management and data security in digital public service systems with evidence from the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. I co-authored this work with Stephen Timkrine, and I'm presenting now. Right, so by way of introduction, public institutions increasingly depend on digital information systems to deliver their mandate. The digital transformation that has taken place is supposed to improve public service delivery through accessibility, efficiency, and data-driven decision-making. However, there are risks involved, including unauthorized access, data leakage, information modification, and system vulnerabilities. SNITS provides evidence of how public institutions manage and also cope with information risk. Public institutions manage sensitive information access. For example, SNITS deals with people's personal records, their pension contributions, and other administrative records. This sensitive data requires protection in terms of confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility. SNIT currently operates a hybrid information management system combining paper and electronic records. The challenges that arise from this include multiple access points, difficulty in monitoring information movement, and increased exposure to security breaches. Upon this, the following research questions emerge. Objectives emerge to examine awareness and perceived effectiveness of data protection policy at SNIT, identify information security threats, and then assess information security control mechanisms and implementation gaps. The conceptual framework flows like this: digital transformation, information access, running down to information security tasks, then security controls, and finally, secure digital public service as the end result. In terms of methodology, the study adopted a mixed method case study. The study site was the SNIT Records Department. Participants made up of 50, including management and staff. The sampling procedure involved stratified random sampling, a mix of data collection methods were used, including questionnaire, interviews, and observation. Descriptive statistics and thematic analysis were the mode of data analysis. One of our major findings was that most of the management and the staff were aware of data protection policy at SNIT. Interview with the head of the records department where the study took place also confirmed this, with control practices, backup and recovery practices, and confidentiality agreements as some of the existing data protection policies. However, the interviewee confirmed that these were being reviewed. In terms of policy effectiveness, we had about 50% of management not able to confirm the effectiveness of these data protection policies, and a similar number of staff also thinking likewise. The staff interviews revealed the importance of continuous awareness creation and training in order to improve data protection policy implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to information security risks, these were the major risks that came out: unauthorized access, modification of information, leakage of information, accidents caused by fire and flood, and then misfiling in that order. Observation showed that even though physical access controls existed, but many more functioning card key systems reduce effective monitoring of sensitive areas. Our third major finding indicates existence of security controls in terms of security risk reporting, user identification and access controls, training and guidance, with these percentages of both managers, supervisors, and staff reporting. The study confirms the existence of policy. Nevertheless, effective institutionalization remains key in order to entrench and enforce these policies to the letter. The major risks that were identified relate to access governance, confidentiality, and information integrity. In terms of our third finding, we can say that security mechanisms exist. Nevertheless, operational gaps limit full implementation. We conclude that SNITS has demonstrated an established foundation for information security governance through its policies, awareness, and security control mechanisms. Nevertheless, implementation gaps exist in terms of monitoring, access management, and accountability, and these constrain security effectiveness. A shift towards a more proactive information governance, continuous oversight, and stronger enforcement is needed to achieve greater information security platform. Based on this, we recommend the need to strengthen policy governance and awareness through review and updating of protection policies, writing down to translating policy requirements into practical procedures and general guidelines. There's also the need to strengthen access management and risk monitoring. And also, finally, to improve personnel and control enforcement mechanisms through introducing mandatory screening procedures for contractors and third-party service providers, ensuring consistent use of confidentiality agreements for personnel handling sensitive information, and finally, strengthening accountability through periodic audits and compliance reviews. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jemine. Yes, so as we did in the first session, we would keep all our questions and would ask them after everyone has presented. Thank you very much. Shall we do it again for him? Next will be Lord Papa Yankson, who would be presenting on exploring the spatial and technological readiness of learning environments.
And look at what is happening at the basic school level, where you've got the existing structures not meeting up to any STEM standard, first of all, when it comes to STEM education. Good. So now what happens is that in 2019, the government introduced the standard-based curriculum, which was to introduce inquiry-based learning to the basic schools and others, right? But here's the case, currently, existingly, that is not possible because most of these schools are in such terrible shape and they do not have certain requirements that meet up to the standard-based curriculum in the first place. Okay, so here are some of the issues I discovered during my literature review. So most of these schools have inadequate technological infrastructure, and flexible spaces are not something that are really seen in these spaces, along with the fact that they also have poor indoor environmental quality. And here's a case also where the theories and the policies between what the government is saying and what's actually there is totally misaligned. So the aim of my research was to evaluate the physical, social, and technological compatibility of the learning environments within Kumasi Basic Schools and see whether they meet the STEM requirements. Which led to my objectives being to reveal and compare the school to the standards, and also to investigate the methods and physical setups used currently for STEM delivery. Also to analyze the gaps between existing and technical requirements, and to develop a framework for STEM compatibility. All right, so first of all, what counts as STEM, right? People mention it a lot, but what really goes into it? So STEM ready classrooms combines, as I said already, flexible spatial layouts, adequate classroom size, reliable ICT infrastructure, good environments, which is to be comfortable for conducive learning atmosphere, and technological integrated teaching spaces as well. Now, this is based on standards that I looked at from the National Generative Science Standards, the International Science and Technology and in Education Standards, and UNESCO's also standards for STEM education curriculum, along with what the Ghana ICT policy is also saying, right? So now, during the research, the methodology I adapted to was through the pragmatic paradigm in conjunction with the mixed method approach to conduct my study on 3 schools out of 5. Right. Now, this is what I found out. Whatever the literature stated was so somehow way worse than what I imagined. So what happens is that these schools currently all right, so these schools currently do not have what it requires to implement STEM education within them, regardless of the fact that the government is introducing this thing where they're saying they want to introduce STEM education, where they've brought these boxes that have got these supplies to train and, first of all, train the teachers and also to help students, and through that, introduce STEM education into the schools. That's just a short term. Hello? All right. So that's just a short term, something that is going to last for just a while, right? But in the long run, you would need a conducive atmosphere to accommodate STEM itself. And currently, the classrooms do not meet the measurement standards. And also, the environmental conditions are really deplorable. As you can see from there, most of these schools haven't been serviced and maintained in over, from my study, 20 years. That's what I found out. Where they still use old systems, they barely have any power outlets, no breathable windows, and instances where we are reading the rainy season like this, when the windows are closed to shade the classrooms from the rain, the place becomes dark. So you're more like in a cave rather than a classroom for learning. And the thermal comfort within the space is also not good as well. Now, when it comes to technology, out of the 3 schools I visited, I found out that two of them have ICT labs, and one had an ICT lab, which was just a hoax. So like it was more or less like the room they had as an ICT lab, but they didn't have anything that made it an ICT lab. And out of these, the schools that had ICT labs could not handle the current number of pupils within the school because the population was more than what would be able to accommodate within the labs. Now, by conclusion, I'm suggesting that the standard classrooms be retrofitted with movable furnitures. That way, within the classroom itself, they could have ways in which they could rearrange the classrooms for group studies. Because currently, the kind of desks they use do not facilitate that. And also, to design for climate-responsive comforts. And also to introduce the addition of wire for power and also solar backups, because most of these schools do not even have power to power up the ICT labs, let alone anything else. And also by policy, probably to rewrite the infrastructural guidelines when it comes to the construction and development of public schools in Ghana, along with paired up upgrades. So we're saying that we want to introduce them. The classrooms should be able to be, let's say, accommodative so that after they've come from the training for the STEM, they could have a really comfortable space to handle that. And also, I'm proposing a STEM model, classroom model, which facilitates flexible learning and everything as stated. All right, so now this is a proposed STEM classroom model that I'm suggesting, which incorporates everything that I stated in my previous slides, where you've got flexible furniture layout, minimum space around for easy movement and arrangement when it comes to group studies and other inquiry-based learning activities, and passive comforts, where you have the design in such a way that it's really comfortable thermally, and also power connectivity, meaning there's going to be outlets needed for whatever STEM activity that is going to go up within the space, right? And also, there to be a screen that could be used for e-learning activities. Yeah, I'm done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lordan. Next on our schedule is a presentation by Nisi A. Labi, Enhancing Road Freight Transportation in Greater Kumasi through AI-driven data systems and digitalization.
Please let's clap.
Prof. Chair, colleague speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Nisi Al-Kulabi, and this is a presentation on enhancing road freight transportation through AI-driven systems and digitalization. Allow me to walk through 7 brief streams from the background of study through to the conclusion and recommendations. So let's picture this. Papa Kwame, a haulage driver, with his cab filled with cocoa, who is destined for the Tema port. He knows of the monetary value that he spends on transportation because his cab is filled currently. But when he's coming back, he's uncertain of whether there's cargo awaiting him. Globally, 5 to 9% of import value is spent on transportation. However, in our African landlocked countries, we spend around 45% of our import value on transportation. The problem is not our geography or distance, but is the absence of data for effective coordination of freight operations. So the major problem lies in the absence of real-time information needed for the effective coordination of freight operations, which then manifest into major implementation and governance failures. So this study looked at 4 major research gaps, including the weak integration of freight operations into our urban planning and also the absence of digital infrastructure in freight operations. So the study then aimed to investigate how AI-driven data analysis, digital freight information platforms can enhance road freight transportation systems in Greater Kumasi so as to have an evidence-based freight operation system. So this study adopted the mixed methods methodology involving both haulage drivers and institutional stakeholders, since they were the relevant respondents for this study. And from field studies, various challenges that has to do with road freight transportation were assessed using the relevant importance index. And looking at the third challenge that was assessed, which is the difficulty in finding return loads, you realize that there's a need for the inclusion of digitalization in road freight transportation systems, because this is a major challenge. And as stated in the background of study, you realize that due to the absence of such digital infrastructure, it leads to or accounts for 45% of our import value being spent on transportation. And looking at the findings from the institutional stakeholders, they also affirmed that the absence of such digital platforms also contributed to an infrastructural gap and evidence-based policies for effective road freight transportation. So the institutional stakeholders then suggested that using AI freight platforms, Internet of Things vehicle and cargo monitoring systems, and digital coordination registers were essential for effective road freight transportation. So in conclusion, for government stakeholders, there's a need to establish a metropolitan urban freight data policy whereby we involve both haulage drivers and all stakeholders and relevant transport operators who are involved in freight transportation. And also, for future research, there could be a pilot test where digitalized freight operations could then be measured against those that were non-digitalized, so as to inform the need to have such digitalized freight operation systems in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nisi. Thank you. Next would be Justin Appel, presenting on assessing safe work practices among welders in Kumasi, Ghana, implications for digital transformation in technical and vocational training. Oh, so the name is Justina. I beg your pardon. I saw it's jesting on this. We'll blame it on the printer's devil.
Good evening, everyone. Please, my name is Justina Appel. I'm presenting on the research topic, assessing safe work practices among welders in Kumasi, implications for digital transformation in technical and vocational training. So according to research, welding is widely used in construction and fabrication. Now, despite their significance, they are mostly exposed to occupational risks, which is often linked to hazardous environments. And now, I found out 4 problems that welders face. The first one was inherent hazards. Thus, welders are usually exposed to extreme heat, toxic fumes, and also fire risks. The next problem was low compliance. Thus, informal welders mostly do not comply with the use of personal protective equipment. And the next one is insufficient attention to listening and also poor environment. So the aim of this research was to investigate safe work practices among welders in Kumasi by identifying influencing factors and also strategies for improving welding work environments. So with my research gap, I came up with these 3. The first one was existing digital TVET research focuses on informal institutions rather than informal artisanal clusters like Swami Mazin. And the next research gap is that welding simulator and safety app literature is largely drawn from formal industries rather than informal workshops like those in Swami Mazin. And the last one is no study has assessed welder safe work practices in Kumasi, specifically to inform how digital tools could be designed for their training needs. With my research methodology, I adopted a positive paradigm with a deductive research approach, whereby I use snowball and purposive as my research method, and also the data was analyzed by using mean score analysis. So with my findings and discussions for my objective 1, that's to identify occupational risks faced by welders, I found out these risks which were ranked by using the mean and standard deviation. And with that, the one that emerged first was the risk of eye damage from exposure to ultraviolet radiation. And the lowest was the risk of falling objects or trips in the welding workshop. My next objective was to determine factors influencing the adoption of safe work practices. And with this one from literature, I found 3 factors, which are the individual factors, the institutional and organizational. With the individual factors, it was ranked using the mean and standard deviation method, of which the one that emerged first was the attitude towards safety, which determines why they follow or they adopt safe work practices in their workshop. And the lowest one was the experience of accidents or near miss has made them more cautious. Still on my objective 2, with the organizational factors, it was also ranked using the mean and standard deviation, which is quantitative. And with this one, the one that emerged first was that they have encouragement from their supervisors in order to follow safe work practices to prevent them from getting hurt. With my last one, which is the institutional factors, it was also ranked using the mean and standard deviation. So out of this, the one that emerged first, with this one, they don't normally, the institutions don't usually go to their workplace to assess their safe work practices. So it was the lowest out of the 3 factors that influenced the adoption of safe work practices. And my last objective was to examine their environmental factors faced by welders. This was also examined using the mean and standard deviation, of which the risk of eye damage from exposure to ultraviolet rays was the highest. With my conclusion and recommendation, it was broken down into 3 segments, one for the policy, one for the researchers, and one for master welders or shop owners. With the policymakers, they recommended that we should recognize informal artisanal clusters, example like the ones in Swami, as a target for digital safety training policy, not just the formal training institutions. And also for researchers, it was recommended that they should investigate why organizational or institutional support score low despite their high individual awareness. And also for the workshop owners or master welders, they should use digital tools such as wearable sensors in order to inform them upon the dangers ahead of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justina. Thank you. Next is Brian Ni Amate Boifio, speaking on From Spatial Inclusion to Digital Inclusion, Designing Equitable Learning Infrastructure for Ghana's Informal Sector.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My name is
evening.
Brian, and I'm here presenting on From Spatial Exclusion to Digital Inclusion, Equitable Learning Infrastructure for Ghana's Informal Sector. Okay, so the problem, spatial precarity blocks capacity building, and the target audience here are urban nomads. Urban nomads happen to be defined as a group of informal sector workers which move around from city to city or place to place to make ends meet. Now, these are also defined as own account informal workers across Ghana, mobile by lifestyle choice, but mobile not by lifestyle choice, but by economic necessity. And they are without a fixed base, and skills can't accumulate, savings groups can't meet, and associations can't organize. Sorry. So the overlooked layer, we have digital exclusion, compounds spatial exclusion. Digital literacy tools and e-learning platforms assume a fixed access point, a computer lab, a library with Wi-Fi, a room to return to. The urban nomad has none of these. Spatial exclusion equals digital exclusion. So the research question this statement begs to ask is, what would digital learning infrastructure look like if it were designed for mobility rather than fixicity? So now the fieldwork was done in Equator, as a tertiary town in the eastern region of Ghana. And there we realized that there were three more categories of urban nomads, which was category A, B, and C. Mobile service providers, mobile producers and makers, and seasonal and circular migrants. Now, realize that they experienced a 20 to 30% income loss without a secure space. And then we then asked them what their lives would be like with a more secure space or a place to come back to. And the numbers were doubled. Their income increased and their numbers even doubled. Then again, there was a reoccurring theme across interviews. They expressed a strong latent demand for structured skills training. Then if you look at urban nomads on the surface level, you will think all they need is a secure storage space. But on the empirical level, they ask for mentorship and guidance. This gap led us to the introduction of the bridge framework, which points towards a transferable model, not a single building, but 5 design principles for digital, physical, hybrid learning hubs. We have the access, infrastructure, rhythm, skills, and trust bridges. Moving on, the access bridge, the first, where these urban nomads will be able to access these mobile learning enclosures. The infrastructure bridge, how the infrastructure of these modular components would work out. The rhythm bridge, where the AI comes in. These large language models would be able to predict the types of urban nomads, be it category A, B, or C, let's say a carrier going to the market on a busy day, it's to be able to determine when their market days are, when their loads are not as much, and when they'd be able to attend such facilities. Then there's the skills bridge and then the trust bridge. So the significance that the bridge is transferable. It goes beyond one site. It can work in other Ghanaian towns aside in Kwetia, African informal urban economies, and basically anywhere where mobility and precarity occur. So recommendations include suggestions to the government and TVET bodies, traditional authorities and institutions, design professionals who should prioritize the access and infrastructure bridges, storage, power, threshold design ahead of any digital fit out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. The last, I hope, but not the least, would be Kofi Champon Ekuamu Boateng, presenting on re-imaging the rural school as a living textbook, sustainable materials, and blended learning readiness in Ghana.
My name is Kofi Champon Ekuamu Boateng, and I'm presenting on the topic Reimagining Rural Schools as a Living Textbook. Now, the research explores how sustainable school architecture can be used as the moving action for teaching and learning, while serving as a physical foundation for blended learning and digital inclusion in schools. For the country Ghana, the government and other educational institutions has invested in the inclusion of digital education, but then in rural communities, there's a different whole story that's happening there. Such problems are the infrastructure deficits, where some communities, schools face leakaging of roofs, inadequate classrooms, and total absence of ICT facilities. And the digital exclusion, where there are no facilities for the technology inclusion in schools. Now, there's also a policy gap where the blended learning spaces are being promoted more than fixing the fiscal conditions of these schools. Now, the conceptual framework is basically stating that the fiscal infrastructure of the school and the blended learning conditions can't be left standalone, but rather a fiscal infrastructure should be a fiscal foundation to support the blended learning conditions and the inclusion of digital learning, having the living textbook as the central point. Now, the living textbook is basically saying that the environment of the school can also be used as a teaching tool and a learning tool, not only classroom learning where formal teaching and learning goes on. Now, the study area is situated in Yaosafo DA School, a community in the Asante Akim South District Assembly, where data was taken from 86 participants, which included teachers, students, community members, and other built environment professionals. Now, the research methodology uses a transformative paradigm and a mixed method data collection system where field observations and visual condition assessments were taken, questionnaires, focus groups, and interviews were done. Now, on the data for the existing infrastructure conditions in the community, there was 100% of the respondents affirmed the fact that they had poor infrastructure in the school, such as the leakage of roofs, inadequate classrooms, total absence of ICT facilities. And on the findings of blended learning readiness, now there was a 75% affirmation on the fact that there were low or no ICT facilities, and that the school even uses posters to teach basic ICT equipment, such as the identification of mouse, system units, and even computers. So they don't have any single computer or anything of that sort in the school, but rather they use posters which are mounted in the classrooms. On the issue of sustainable building materials that are going to be used, there's a fair acceptance in the community across the community members and its built environment professionals. Now, the only issue they had with these materials were their durability and how to maintain them. Now, the living textbook concept, as I said, is coined from the third teacher theory, which says that the environment can also serve as a teaching tool or a learning tool, and not only what goes on in the classroom. Now, such that for such subjects like science, open planters are left to show how the plants grow, the use of color in walkways to show how the sun moves, and to even teach basic colors, the use of shapes around the environment to help them learn. Now, some of the recommendations for this school were the inclusion of ICT facilities, digital classrooms, digital libraries, and study ports around the school that had digital inclusion in there. So the conclusion of this is that if the infrastructure for schools are not being fixed, and even if there's no basic electricity and lighting, there can't be any inclusion of digital learning and the provision of AI in schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kofi Echampon Ekwuamwabuating. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of the presentations for the second session, and we'll take questions. To recap, Seth Ajimine presented on information risk management and data security in digital public service systems, evidence from SNIT Ghana. Lord and Papa Youngson presented on exploring the spatial and technological readiness of learning environments as a barrier to e-learning and STEM education in public basic schools. Nisi Labi presented on enhancing road freight transportation in Greater Kumasi through AI data-driven systems and digitalization. Justina Poe presented on assessing safe work practices among welders in Kumasi, Ghana, implication for digital transformation in technical and vocational training. Brian Ni Amate Boifio presented on spatial exclusion in digital inclusion, designing equitable learning infrastructure for Ghana's informal sector, and Kofi Echampon Ekwuamwabuating on re-imaging the rural school as a living textbook, sustainable materials, and blended learning readiness in Ghana. So audience, our presenters, now let us fire them with the questions we have always wanted to.
Please, any questions for our presenters? Okay.
Congratulations on your presentations. My concern is, it seems majority of you are coming from the architecture department, but majority, it seems the researchers have challenges with the existing classrooms that we have at the various levels. But I wanted to know, is it that architects are not engaged in the designing of our classrooms, or just that like you just put any structure together and use it for teaching and learning? Okay, another issue to have to do with our colleagues about the research design. They mentioned MIS method. One of our colleagues said MIS method case study, which was a bit problematic in my case. And others too stated it, but they did not specify the type of MIS method that they use in their analysis. Some too is only the quantitative aspect that they've kind of elaborated on. but the qualitative aspect was missing, and also how they integrate the qualitative finding with that of the qualitative finding before they come to their conclusion was a bit missing. I think if you work on that, your work will go far than this current state. Thank you.
So do you need answer to the first question? Okay, please. Any of you can answer. So the first question was for the architects, the architecture students, the classrooms. Are architects not involved in the decision making of designing or planning these classrooms? So any of you that were presenting on classrooms?
All right. So first of all, when it comes to the design of schools for the government, right? I mean, for the public, right? What they mostly look at is the budget. And if the budget comes, the budget is everything, right? Because if we are to design, let's say, an effective classroom environment, that would incorporate, let's say, left alone, not the STEM, but let's say something that is effective for learning to go on. If we put it across the panel that is going to look at the budget and look at the design, they're going to be like, it's not going to be feasible, right? So out of that, they'll strip out a couple of components and just do something basic. Let's say the classrooms, the washrooms, the headmaster's office, the staff washroom, the staff room, and that's it. It's a school for them, something that works for them, right? So from me, I think it's mostly the budget that plays like the role in deciding what goes into the design of schools for the public sector. Okay, so another thing is that they were old buildings. Yeah, and most of the new buildings as well were basically the same. There was one building, the school I visited. The headmaster was really like infuriated because they had done the building, no finishes. So he had to put his own money together to even furnish his office and also create a section for a washroom for his part, right? So it was just the building that was put there, and that was it. Yeah.
Let me, Doc, before you come in.
Okay.
A lot of our buildings, especially for the public schools, are designed sometimes not by architects. We have the common design you see would be 6 rooms with a corridor and then they are done. But when you look at, let's say, the STEM schools that were purposely designed by architects, you can tell the difference between those ones. And when you go to a number of the private schools where they have consulted architects, you can tell the difference between that and what we have. And it seems like that's a culture that has evolved. And so in the rural areas, they don't have the benefit of architects. So they see what is there and just come and repeat that, which is a big problem that needs to change. And so a lot of these ones are looking at the existing challenges in the system, and then they are coming up with proposals to solve that. So that I would say, and then of course everybody will look at the money and all of that. But it's a shame that sometimes even your colleagues who work here and are professionals and understand why you should use professionals still do not use professionals, go take draftsmen. And when there's a problem, they come to you to fix it. In that case, you have to ask for 20,000 to just spend keke before you can start looking at it, because they had the money to go get somebody else. So that's a big challenge that needs addressing. And I don't think it's only for architecture, generally for professional services rendered in Ghana. Ghanaians, though, find it quite difficult. It's changing, though, maybe in Accra. Very soon to catch up in Kumasi. For example, professor here is into very good palm oil. And I have told him that I want to buy that. He was telling me the properties. I said, don't tell me. So long as it's coming from here, I know it's good. Thank you. Doc.
All right, thank you. I think there was a question of on mixed methods and case study. I don't know whether is it you find it conceptually inaccurate or what? I don't know the question. Or you want it to be explained further, right? So design provides the overall framework upon which all other aspects of the methodology flow. So if I say mixed methods case study, it means that I'm using multiple methods of inquiry, but then I am focusing on a particular subject. In this case, the records department of SNIT, because they handle issues of data protection and stuff. So that was the case study. But then in studying it, I used several approaches, including questionnaire, interviews, and observation. So that is the angle that I'm coming from. And see that from that design, all the other aspects flowed logically from it. So it is not difficult to get it. And that is what I meant by mixed methods case study. And it is conceptually acceptable. Thank you.
Any question?
Thank you very much. Okay. My question is to what you said initially about sometimes the buildings being based on the budget of the client. And I want to find out, shouldn't architects insist on a certain standard so that we can ensure quality buildings and more functionality, even if the person's budget does not meet them? So we can have a regulatory body that says that, if your budget is not meeting this, then you cannot build, because this is the standard that we maintain in order to ensure some level of functionality and quality in the system. Thank you.
Who is answering, please? No one. Okay.
Answer it.
Okay, let me talk about it. There is the practice of architecture is governed professionally. So there's a Ghana Institute of Architects and there's the Architects Registration Council. And if you do not design according to standards, there are penalties for that. So there's no architect who would do a substandard design. And for a lot of the buildings that you see collapsing, if you realize this year, the Institute of Engineers released a document after the collapse of the building in Accra, stating the Institute of Architects said, we will not do it because we have done this 2 or 3 times. And the reasons why the buildings collapsed have not changed. We can go and take what we did last 3 years. The answers will be the same now. So no architect would undercut the standard. Everybody will do that. But when you have done the design, you can contractually be, seconded to do only up to the design stage. They are not bound to come to you for the construction stage. So they'll come to you and get a good design. But when they are constructing, and the quantity of the structural engineer or contractor says, you need 100 bags of cement. What if I do 70? I mean, who is checking? So a lot of it goes to the building regulations and building control officers who do not do a lot of their work. And they'll come and write the stop work, produce permit. Even that has been banned now. So it is not coming from a professional. So long as you consult a professional, you are guaranteed getting that. And you should be ready to pay for service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Last question.
Thank you very much. And then congratulations for your presentations. My question goes to the last presenter. If I got you right, you went to one school, am I right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so, and you identified so many challenges in the school, such as leaking roofs, absence of computer labs, and the rest. But I'm thinking, don't you think that one school, using one school, can you generalize just use only one school in a district to generalize to say that there are leaking roofs when you went to only one? Or is there any framework that guided your choice of only one school when you could have used so many schools? Because I'm thinking that one school is not enough for you to use and generalize for the entire district.
So it's based on one community, Yaosafo. And in Yaosafo, it's only one school that's there, so not for the whole district. And data was taken from district officials like the educational directorate in the district, and they affirmed to similar situations in other schools where I had chance to visit and experience for myself too.
It's understandable. You got the information all right, but I'm thinking that one school is not enough for you to use to generalize, especially with challenges as those that you have identified. One school may not be enough for you to use and generalize.
So it's a design thesis, and the design is to be situated in that community. So whatever information that was gathered there is to design a school for that particular community, Yaosafo. Thank you.
So, okay. Okay, so he's actually doing a presentation, like a research. At the end of the day, he's supposed to come out with a proposed design for that community. So he selected that community, but he needed to do a precedent study. So he picked that school that is in that community to assess, measure, have a case study of what is in existence, then propose a proper standard school for that community. So at the end of the day, he's come to come out with a design that is going to complement the community. That is why he has to focus on that one community. Is that okay? Thank you.
I would want to add that because of the various types of research, yours would be a case study. You are working on a particular situation, and that is what it is. So maybe in your explanation that must come out clearly. And usually if it's a case study, it is qualitative. It can't be generalized to extend to all the other schools in Ghana, even though we all know it is, because we don't have data to back it. You can be challenged like you are being challenged now. But if it's a case study, then you are focusing on one particular place. It is qualitative. It cannot be generalized. So I think that maybe with your lectures, you can fine-tune it. But that notwithstanding, it was a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
At this juncture, one may ask, what is a flamboyant tree? Yes. So we will bring our presentation to an end. You have all done brilliantly, and I can see you going places, and I'm sure that I'll see you all at the top very soon. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you all very much. Madam Chair, we are super grateful. And through you want to appreciate all the other chairs for the other parallel sessions. The day is ending. I want to take some few announcements as we end for the day. So tomorrow is a closing day for this international conference. We will convene in the morning at 8 a.m. to begin the registrations. Viewing of the posters will continue in the morning between 8 and 9. So our poster presenters are kindly requested to be by their posters to answer to questions of members, and also for the grading committee to also come and continue their grading. After which we take 2 plenary talks. The first one will be a special address by the Air Vice Marshal, who is the commandant of the Kumasi Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center, on the topic, The Future We Choose, Artificial Intelligence, Human Values, and the Next Generation of Learning Ecosystems. And that will be from around 9:20 to 10 o'clock. Before then, we're going to take a review of what we have done so far from Monday till today by our chief rapporteur. Then we take another talk on leveraging near peer to drive sustainable rural edtech integration in Ghana by Comfort, one of our sponsors. They'll give us a talk. They're going to do something special tomorrow. We are going to do what's called the EdTech Spotlight. That's Student Innovation Showcase. We have 3 student innovators at different levels of their training, and they're going to give us talks about what they have done to improve our learning life and also to improve our survival on this planet. And that will be tomorrow in the morning. Then our Vice Chancellor will come in and close us. But in the evening from 6:30, we're going to have the e-learning dinner. And dinner is open to all our registered participants. If you have registered and you are carrying a banner like mine, you are free to join this dinner. We're also going to award 3 best poster presenters tomorrow. And they are supposed to participate in the dinner, as well as the quiz competition we had among the colleges. All the contestants, the 3 contestants from all the colleges are part of the dinner. And it's a black tie event, please. Prof. Dia, it's a black tie event. No kaftan. No kaftan. Please, a black tie tomorrow in the evening. And let's come and enjoy the evening and also get the E-Learning Excellence Awards delivered by our Vice Chancellor and our invited guests. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the chairman of the planning committee, I want to thank you all very much for your participation and your cooperation. The day has been very long, but we thank you very much for all the effort you've put in to make the days super wonderful. And to all our chairs of the committees and all the chairs of the para sessions, through Madam Lucy, we thank you all for your participation. And we pray for greater things to come next year and beyond. Thank you very much. Our chair will close us. Okay, we take a photograph. So please, all the presenters, please, let's come here. All the rapporteurs, you are also part. Madam, please, dog. Yeah, lady. Lady.
Please let us pray. Please let us pray. Our Lord and Master Jesus, we are thankful for today. We are thankful for bringing all of us together to have this intellectual exchange. We pray and ask that you continue to keep us so that tomorrow too will be successful. This is a many more we ask you, our Lord and Master Jesus, have I prayed. Amen. Amen.
Indicator. It drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes.
So please,
and it runs
poster
a quick
presenters,
diagnosis
8 to
that
9,
shows
we'll do the final
where
round of
learners are
assessment.
below,
Kindly
on,
be
or
around,
above the
and then
average.
we'll start.
And it turns into
The
a
closing
differentiated
ceremony at
lesson
9 and should be done by
plan for each group,
11:15
all still aligned to
a.m.
NACA curriculum.
Thank you all very
Plan,
much and see you
diagnose,
tomorrow.
differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It feels the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything class pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class Para carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sokote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class Pilot cannot build her a classroom, but can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoyakasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etonam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is a complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Total transformation of the systems in place. We know that achieving this will mean deliberate decisions to do the unthinkable and imagine the unimaginable to prepare for the future which is uncertain. We will no longer react, but prepare. To our partners, this is an invitation not to watch Africa's digital future arrive, but to help build it with us. This is what moving from excellence to eminence truly means. This should be our commitment, and this aligns with what we at the KNUST E-Learning Center stands for, which is impact.
Araba, there are some people at the door. Go and tell them I have traveled to Russia.
Yes, Daddy.
Where's your father?
My father said I should tell you he has traveled to Russia.
Your father has killed me. I sent him money from America to complete my house for me.
Are all student association contributions?
Even the money from the fundraiser for Kweku's surgery.
Oh! He did someone too? Don't be a victim. If you're contributing to a project, alumni dues, or any public campaign, Chango is your best choice. Chango keeps track of all donations and gives you the power to know exactly where the money goes. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call 0270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information. Uncle, my father is hiding under the bed.
Oh, Araba.
Chango for your groupings and crowdfunding.
Hello, Akwesi. What new? What to sing?
Pops, I don't understand the tree language.
This is Uncle Wafa. We need some money for...
$1,000 now, made the money and then an hour tree. Akwesi said.
It is finished, oh.
What about the money I sent you to renovate the family house? But you know, snow mo airway to my... And I want to Ghana. And say she got me there send you. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233-270-066-614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now Kwesi, anyone else want to tribune?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
So don't make AI the filter of your product. You will be embarrassed.
The first thing is when you're about to shoot, clean your camera. Not in focusing, but one, AF will be moving with your subject. A, you will be glued to where you went. If you need assistance, if you need help, try.
My name is Timothy Agoya Kasia, a first-year MPhil Communication Design student of KNUST. Before I built anything, I was a teacher in Sakote, in the Upper East region. For one term, I faced over 80 learners in a single class. Even on a normal day, it was more than 45. Too few classrooms, too few desks, and not enough teaching and learning materials. And in that crowd, some children could read a paragraph, while others could not read their own names. Every teacher there carries 3 impossible tasks. Planning lessons by hand in the right format steals the hours you should spend resting. Diagnosing where 45 different learners actually are cannot be done with a pen, and building a differentiated lesson for every level at night is a luxury no tired teachers can sustain. So we teach to the middle, and the child at the back stays invisible. Class Pilot is a tool I wish I had had. It is a teaching assistant. The teacher stays in control, and Class Pilot does the heavy lifting. From a strand, sub-strand, content standard and indicator, it drafts a full, correctly formatted lesson plan in minutes, and it runs a quick diagnosis that shows where learners are below, on, or above the average, and it turns into a differentiated lesson plan for each group, all still aligned to NACA curriculum. Plan, diagnose, differentiate. And for the child, the diagnostic feels like a game with points, streaks, and trophies that keeps even the shy learners taking part. It fits the classroom are actually taught in, when there is no tablet for every child. The diagnostics run on the teacher's own phone, and it can work offline. Everything class pilot produces is shown to the teacher to review and edit first. That is exactly what NACA asks of teaching materials, that they support, not replace the trained teacher. Ghana is already bringing AI into our senior high schools. Class pilot carries the same vision into the foundation years, from kindergarten to basic 9, where the gap begins. It is built on the national curriculum. Tomorrow in Sakote, one teacher will again face a classroom of 45 or more. Class pilot cannot build her a classroom, but can give her back her evenings, and a real way to reach every child in that crowd. Let us give every basic school teacher in Ghana that time and that reach back. My name is Timothy Agoyakasia, and this is Class Pilot. Thank you.
I'm Benjamin Etwanam Abuchi, a computer engineering student and the founder of Preps AI. Preps AI is an exam preparation tool that helps students prepare for exams by generating more questions from their study materials, that is, lecture slides, books, and notes. Preps AI is used by over 8,000 users across the country and generates over 10,000 questions during every exam period. To learn more about Preps AI, I'm inviting you to the E-Learning International Conference this week. Thank you.
My name is Osgood, a computer science student and co-founder of New Intelligence Tech Era. I am excited to tell you about our all-in-one AI study platform called FlowState. FlowState doesn't just help students study, but it makes them truly understand and master their material. It is built to take students through 5 phases of mastery, which is the understanding phase to understand your material first, the recall phase for memorization, the test phase to test yourself and then your knowledge, the application phase where you apply the knowledge you gained, and then the mastery phase where you truly master your material with 4 proven scientific steps. And the same phase also prepares you for exams. These phases are designed to take the learner through a clear study path that turns knowledge into understanding. With this platform, students can go beyond memorization and truly build the confidence they need to succeed in their exam and in their academic journey. FlowState brings everything a student needs to study all in one place, from staying organized, learning in groups, doing assignments, understanding your course, and many more. And the entire process feels like playing a game, where you level up and gain XPs and badges as you carry on with your sections. All this is designed to make learning feel smarter, easier, and much more effective. This is the complete study support system. This is FlowState. Thank you.
Excellence is not a destination, it is a journey of vision, innovation, and transformation. At KNUST, the pursuit of academic excellence has always been at the heart of our mission. But in a rapidly changing digital world, excellence alone is not enough. We must evolve, we must lead, we must move from excellence to eminence. This is the story of KNUST's digital evolution.
From March 2020, something happened, and I'm sure a lot of you remember the famous fellow Ghanaians. The fellow Ghanaians was synonymous with COVID-19. The university issued the usual green letter, and normally when you see the green letter, you know that there's something that has to be done, an important information that has to be read. And so we read that message, and the university was on shutdown, and e-learning had to step in. The e-learning, by that time, e-learning was being handled at the distant learning unit, of course. And I remember contributions of Dr. Osei. In fact, he actually was the person that led the EJAD discussion. And so all of us, at this particular point in time in March 2020, Professor Ahmed Ejapon, he was the deputy director of distance learning. And I remember the university tasking a committee to look at migrating all the programs onto the university virtual class. Quickly, the migration of courses from all the various departments were done. And that was where e-learning across the campus was done holistically. Trainings were done, led by Professor Ahmed Ejapon again. All the university faculty members were trained into delivering online. The students were trained, certificates were issued. In fact, the certificates were signed by the Vice Chancellor herself. Before then, during the COVID phase, I remember the contributions of the then Vice Chancellor in the COVID phase was Professor Obridan. So he was there during the COVID phase, and therefore he had to help us move into this phase that we didn't know. But then what saved us was that during Professor William Otu's earliest time, studios had been constructed for the distant learning, about 3 studios, and there were other things that they were doing to support e-learning at the distant learning. Therefore, it was easy for us to move on.
When I look back at the journey of the KNUST E-Learning Center, I see a story of vision, resilience, innovation, and passion for transformation. I had the privilege of serving this university as the foundation director of the E-Learning Center from the year 2021 to 2025. And I can say in all humility that what we see today did not happen just by chance. Like many institutions around the world, our story began during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you recall, overnight, universities had to rethink how teaching and learning could continue